used, but I still just got it. And that's a beefy-ass processor, so I'll probably keep that for a while. But I'm actually thinking about getting one of those new line of NVIDIA cards, if I have the funds when they come around. Probably won't buy the first run of them. Probably buy the second run once the prices go down a little bit. But, like, they're very affordable. Like, 539 USD for a high-end graphics card. Granted, that's like 700 bucks CAD, but still. All right. So, just a heads up. We did kind of have a little oopsie, and most of the dwarves are getting prison time. So that's what we're going to be working through when we start this up, yeah? Feel free to post clips of Rocket taking off once that actually happens. I don't care to actually stare at it, animal. But I wouldn't mind seeing clips. How's the music volume? Is it good? All right, so welcome to Zafert. Like I said, we made a lot of progress yesterday, but, you know, 10 steps forwards, 2 steps back. We are currently on year 23 of 1005. The big old pit is still very bouldery, but slightly less bouldery. Bedrooms are getting worked on around the edge. Crafts are getting worked on. We went from 9,500 something mudstone down to 6,000 something hundred mudstone. So we are making progress. We are putting a dent in all this mudstone. But here's the problem. Here is the problem. My Baron that we appointed really likes amulets. And so a lot of my dwarves are getting very long prison sentences. Fortunately, rather than actually getting prison sentences, most of them just got their heads caved in. And the few that did go to prison are actually improving mood-wise from it. Except for, I think, one of them. Squug, who is my officer in charge, I guess won't go to prison until I assign a new guard. No, we only had 1 death. I'll get to that in a second. You're fine, Darius. You were a little afraid after experiencing some trauma, and you were still afraid after reliving experiencing some trauma. And his right hand bears a straight scar, and his left hand bears a straight scar, so you got stabbed through the hand. Squug is ecstatic about being able to be the best sheriff on Earth, and has been very interested and felt tenderness remembering talking with his spouse. Oh, also, Squug is married to Rhinestone, who got the shit kicked out of him by Squug. So only Kibbs died, fortunately. Fortunately. Only 1 death. Did bleed out after getting his anus handed to him in pieces by 1 Squug. He has been buried. The coffin is up here. It's very unfortunate, very sad. But, you know, like I said, it was just the 1. So we're going to consider ourselves lucky. We just need to be very careful about exporting amulets. So instead of making amulets now as crafts, we are making statues of our glorious leader, the Baroness, the Baroness Tapioca. Yeah. So, welcome back to Longdeath, everybody. Axon keeps pumping out babies, which is lovely. All of the dwarves are named. The current living dwarves are Packars, Dragonman, Pablo, Scrumpet Suey, Cheers Jamie Cooler, Aegis, Morden, Jacknerick II, Stone II, Lump, Rhinestone, Animal, Vinsati, the Great Padinsky, Cassiopeia Star, Squug, Jackie, Quetzigol, Pispan, Hair 007, Bastet, Eric Shadowblade, Euthris, Astro Banjos, Board Guy, Eripterus, Tapioca the Baroness of Longdeath, Aqua the Engraver, DeBerries the Engraver, Hobo the Boyer, Psychon the Miner, Axon the Chief Medical Dwarf, Screw, Marty, Hops, and a weird Pokemon for some reason. And I will check in with Eric Shadowblade from YouTube because they'll probably ask me to at some point. Anyway, currently doing all right, is interested, is a legendary stonecrafter, but has some other gigs on the side. Is 76 years old, and personally is affronted by the whole notion of maintaining decorum and finds so-called dignified people disgusting, and would have the world operate in complete harmony without the least bit of strife or disorder. Generally respects individuals that persevere through their trials and labors, and greatly respects individuals that persevere through their trials. Wait, what? Greatly respects those who persevere through their trials and labors, and does not respect the law, and does not care about fairness. Yeah, and Peter Sally, the baby, got, from what I can tell, dropped off this ledge. And literally we read a description of a baby going splat. Every single bit of it taking the full impact from the splat and exploding into gore, and it was terrifying. So I've got 2 dwarves down here that are dying of thirst, because we don't actually have a winter water source. So I literally just need to let them go and hope that Squug doesn't kill them both. So let's watch Squug and cross our fingers, because they're going to have to serve their sentences in the form of a beating instead of serve their sentences in the form of, you know, other things. Oh, you know, Dwarf Fortress. Sadistically funny somehow, but also terrifying and terrible. Should be like the co-title. Who doesn't want to read a very graphically detailed description of a dwarf going splat? All right, so he got his shit kicked in. Ooh, that was a lot of blood. Are you okay, Psychon? Somebody come help you. Okay, you're getting rescued and carried. So far, so good. They both seem to be okay. Seemed to get hit real hard in the neck. His neck is torn open. His right true ribs are mangled beyond recognition. Okay, you'll be okay. Just need some stitches, probably. He'll be up and about in no time. Yeah, there is that, but I don't think that you can get histories of disgust and terror or anything. Oopsies, that's the wrong room. There's some rooms that, or some words that the game doesn't have, right? So I did manually kind of release them all from prison so they don't die of thirst. This fort is a big pit. But maybe not just a big pit. Like, give it more credit than that. It's going to be a big, epic pit. We're midwinter. I really need them to go get up and get their own water. Because currently, I don't have any water source. I kept on saying I would make a well and then not. We'll do a full overview once these 2 wounded dwarves are out of here. And I really hope they don't die, because that would be unfortunate. Those are good dwarves. You're unconscious still. They're both unconscious. Yeah. Well, it's either that or they die of thirst in the, in prison. Unless they wake up. And I'm not digging down to the caverns. It's not worth the frames. It would be a horrible day indeed if that were to happen. Bastet, what's up? It's good to see you. I really wish that they could just give them alcohol. Well, I mean, it seems to have worked. Good clip, animal. I mean, the water will start to thaw in late fall, or in late winter. We're still in opal. They're still both unconscious. Ooh, we just had a tantrum. And it's a child. He's already done tantruming and has gone to sleep. Packers has been upset for a little bit. It's been kind of a whiny dwarf. No crimes committed, though, from the looks of things. Come on, you two poor dwarves. Hang in there, guys. Did the Scrumpet dwarf? Scrumpet's still alive, yeah. Scrumpet made it through. Dwarven child. It's pretty happy. Didn't like getting caught in a snowstorm. Must be careful not to waste the Scrumpet. It's just a pity they got beaten as much as they did. Because neither of them are going to wake up. You weren't the off the cliff, baby. Yeah, about that. I mean, realistically, I could have saved Scum this, but I didn't think it was right to save Scum this, you know? Come on, that's gonna thaw soon. Come on. 20th of Opal. Not sure when the water thaws, but... Do I have buckets? So I have buckets. I just don't have a water source. I don't have an above-ground water source because everything's frozen. I don't have a hammer. I have a sheriff. And no, it's Squug. Does not need the nickname Ryu. All of them are fine. It's Axon's baby that's having a hard time, I think. Yeah, Axon and Lump. Their baby Packers is upset. But Eripterus over here, the clother, you have been very busy because you've been doing the majority of the doctoring. But all of your kids are alive and well. Well, yeah, all of your kids are alive and well. You've just been very busy because our chief medical dwarf got his head caved in pretty early, but is now back up and helping. So you actually tended to our chief medical dwarf's medical problems. Problem is, we're going to have two dwarves die of thirst before this water thaws. I'm just going to make a pit well by next year. That's just what we're going to do. We're going to make a pit well. You're just trying to remember your kids' names? I will read them out to you so you could clip it if you'd like. Jacknerick, Morden, Suey, and Cooler are your children. And your husband is Zapdos. Also, hi, hot cup of tea. Good to see you. It's got to be soon, though. I think it's after Opal that thaws. Maybe they'll survive. I don't know. I do have empty buckets. They're trying to grab the empty bucket. They just need the water source. Like, literally, they're running back and forth, grabbing the bucket, realizing there's no water source, and then turning around. Are they still unconscious? Yeah, they're both still... they're down to dehydrated, but they're both... Zapdos and Psychon are the two that are dying here. So, potentially, Eripterus, you might be a widow in a minute. It's the first of Obsidian. Late winter. This will thaw at some point. They're gonna die. They're so fucking dead. I mean, I tried to save them by letting them out of prison, but they got beaten too badly. More like Dwarven injustice. I mean, it's my fault. I'm the... Oh. We need a traction bench. Someone should work on that traction bench. Unless it canceled. Nope. Getting done. I mean, I can start working on a well. You are correct. I mean, I have everything I need for a well. I just need to actually make it. I wish I knew what date that was going to be done. It was going to thaw. I'm so sad. Real talk, chat. I'm so sad. Too bad you can't do a lot of things, Barons. It's the 10th of Obsidian, late winter. Zapdos was found dead. We have a widow in the fort. Yeah, your heart. And Psychon, the other dwarf here, is one of... oh, there he goes. Was one of Axon's lovers. It's two good dwarves. Yeah, that was Stone 2's parent. No, actually, no, that wasn't. No, Axon and Lump are your parents, Stone. But definitely your friend's parents. Here's the actual like scary part. Is I don't get more adult dwarves until the kids grow up. Because we're at our cap, so I'm not going to get any migrants. That kind of sucks. Okay, so 3 casualties from the Dwarven Justice.
This is Sparta!
I am drunk. I say hi. Strong ale ho.
What kind of strong ale? And cheers, man. Thanks for the $3. The first cheer of the day. Thank you very much. You missed records again. Gotta swing by at some point and make me put a duck on the table. Witchwood Goblin King. I think I've actually had that one. Well, I hope you're cozy drunk and not bad drunk. You had a friend over for mention strong ale? That's good. Hope you had fun. Stone 2 is getting older. Stone 2 will grow up today. Yeah. He's 10. And I guarantee you we're going to hit that. On the bright side, the 2 dwarves that died, their main profession was miners. This is a shitty bright side, but on the bright side, they were both miners. Most of the mining is done for now. So I'm not going to say that it's okay, but you know. Oh shit. Thanks for gifting subs to Cooler, Goats, Marty Party, Barons, and Asphalt Saints. All people that definitely deserve subscriptions. Cheers, man. Now, is that the strong ale taking the credit card and running? Thank you so much. Ah, we need coal. How deep is the pit now? The pit is actually done. Then you would have put up 100 subs? I mean, I wouldn't complain, but I would ask if you're okay. That's the pit. We're down to layer 10. But thank you very much for the 5 gift bomb. Cheers, dude. Thanks a ton. Bring us up to 221 subscribers. It's gonna stop looking like a spooky ghost face once I've recarved it, but it'll be a spooky ghost face at least for a little bit. You too, Spitalier. You too. And thanks for all the like absurd amount of support over the year, I guess. Problem is we do have one haggard, depressed child in Packers. He unfortunately had a sock rot off his body, which is very depressing for him. It's tough for him. Oh, hey. Water's back. They literally just needed to hang in there for another 10 days. We got 2 dwarves just running over here and throwing water into there. Yeah, playing dwarves is a bad idea while drunk. Chat, what's a good game to play while drunk? I mean, I've only beaten Jupiter Hell drunk. Hotline Miami. Jackbox, yes, that's a good game to play while drunk. Duck game? I don't know, that might just make me mad. Ghost Simulator, yeah? Yeah, that's a good drunk game. Elite Dangerous is a bad game to play while drunk. You know, Flight Simulator would probably be a good game to play while drunk. Of your friend, the Drunken King of Scotland, alive? Yeah, that could do it. Not VR, yeah, I agree with that. Skate 3, probably great, yeah. Truck Sim, I can confirm that is a good game to play while drunk. It's a good game to play while drunk. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. A Cafe Emerilai. You have disrespected the trees in this area. This is what we have come to expect from you and your stunted kind. Further abuse cannot be tolerated. Let this be a warning to you. Now, does this mean we're just at war with them now? Or does this mean that they're gonna tell me to, Depends on if traders arrive soon. Okay, why are they running all the way out there? Let's make this the water source. Oh no, my unicorn died! Yeah, I think now they're just gonna tell me to stop cutting down trees every year, which is fine. Because they'll be like, you can only chop down 100 trees, and I'll be like, yeah, that's fine. Oh, I getcha. So it's a game you're used to playing while drunk. Well then, there you go. I can handle tree quotas. I just don't really want to fight with them. Granted, we can probably kill them in a fight. I just would rather not if I don't have to. Yeah, so it'll be like, oh, you can only chop down X number of trees in a year. It's the Celeste soundtrack. Hot cup of tea. It's one that I'd like to buy on vinyl at some point, but it's kind of pricey. I do have the remixes on vinyl, but... okay. I just got kind of a funny email from my landlord that includes some neighbor drama, basically. Speaking of good games to play while drunk, I just got an email about a Humble Bundle that includes good games to play while drunk. Here's a good games to play while drunk Humble Bundle. It's a simulation game bundle. But hey, Django, how's things? So the elves have arrived to trade, which means we're not at war with them. Now we're still at peace with them. But it probably means that they're going to run inside and be like, you can only cut down so many trees. Which is kind of okay. How's the pond doing? Yeah, it's getting there. It's going to be really easy when we run out of trees. I mean, just stop the trees from growing. Problem solved. All right. So I can't trade amulets. Actually, okay. I was going to do this a minute ago and then didn't. Well, actually, I was going to do this yesterday and then didn't. But my Baron really likes amulets, right? I think these would be under tools. Nope. Ah. Dump, 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 dump. Oh, what? Oh, I guess that's probably an artifact. You need that bundle? It's a good bundle. Like I said, it's a good bundle. Although, does it include the Elite Dangerous DLC? Is that the complete edition? Yeah, that's just baseline Elite Dangerous, so keep that in mind. Yeah, if it's just baseline Elite Dangerous, so keep that in mind. You'll need to also buy the expansion pack if you want to go down to planets. They might not know. Yeah, true. There are spies, though. The spies are spying on us. Okay, so we're just going to get rid of all of that. Go here. And give them just some gifts. The trees are spies? Is it the trees that spy on you? I mean, I think they just know, you know? The elves just know. How's that little well coming along? It's getting there. It'll fill up eventually. All right, so down here, Mason Workshop, yeah. Mudstone figurine. Choir and Mudstone figurine. Mudstone figurine. Burial receptacle. One. Why didn't you make a second one? You lazy shits. It should immediately cancel. Yeah, a bunch of people got good subs from Spitalier, and I'm happy about that. Bunch of people that very much deserve subs. Yeah, I wouldn't say unless you really want PC Building Simulator, the top tier of that bundle isn't worth it. But the first two tiers are pretty good. 911 Operator's good, Elite's good, and the Hunter's good. But just keep in mind that all of those games do have a lot of DLC. Implementing druids in the game. Yeah, I remember him talking about something about that. I'll be honest, I haven't paid too much attention to that stuff. How's this child doing? Getting better. Getting better. All right, so we will trade because my... Unfortunately... Ooh, they have another Fluffy Wambler. Ooh, can I breed Fluffy Wamblers? Okay, so I don't know how Fluffy Wamblers breed, but we now have 2 Fluffy Wamblers. I don't think I can assign them to... Can I? I don't... Yeah, I can't because they're vermin, right? I can't assign them to a pet. Oh, well, regardless, I now have 2 Fluffy Wamblers. We'll give them a second to haul the other one. And then one of them decides to be pregnant. I mean, assembling the baby is the fun part, right? Animal? I learned that line from Robots. One of my favorite Robin Williams movies. There's many levels to that question. This poor child. Ooh! Ooh! Dude! The Dwarven child punches the Countess of Longdeath in the left eyelid with his right hand, bruising the skin through the pigtail cloak. The force bends the neck, tearing apart the skin. The Dwarven child attacks the Countess of Longdeath, but she jumps away. Damn, son! Child's all like, fuck the power. All right, well, kid's going to prison, I think. Disorderly conduct against Packers. Oh, no. Oh, no. We'll have to see what happens next. Thug life, right? How old is Packers? That's a 2-year-old. 2-year-old drew blood. What was the sentencing? Oh, no sentence. Okay. Just 1 count of disorderly conduct, no serious sentence. Oh, he's playing make-believe. In a puddle of the Countess's blood. Have I finished building the well? The well's like 80% done. So because the Countess demands a throne room, we'll dig the Countess a proper throne room because the Countess has been upgraded now. But yeah, well's done. Well's usable. It's a water source now. I just need to actually build a well on top of it. They don't call it the terrible twos for nothing. Yeah, but it's very rare that even a terrible 2-year-old assaults a Countess. Okay, so I want this to be a dining room, so I will free the chair by hitting F. And we'll make that a little bigger. That's kind of on the small side. And I also need to make the tomb nicer, which is fine. We'll just throw more statues into it and other things. and furniture. They're 2-year-olds. You're not wrong. That's probably why he didn't get a prison sentence. I was kind of worried he'd get a beating and he would die. Also kind of hoping he would get a beating and die. Pretty close. Zone, pretty close. There's plenty of time to learn. I mean, you're giving 2-year-olds alcohol, so who's really at fault here? Is this the child's fault, or is it just fault of bad parenting? Maybe we'll never know. Now I'm going to give them blue jade windows. Not because the purple spindle windows are bad, but just because they kind of look like miasma. Like, they are the same sprite and color as miasmas, so... It was a pretty weak sauce punch, yes. But it did draw blood. Maybe he's not getting prison time because the Baron was impressed. Squog, how are you doing? How's this pond doing? 4 of 7. Nachos have been consumed. I hope that they were tasty nachos. How is the car, by the way, Squog? You still waiting on parts, or are you actually, like, assembling things now? Let's get this up to higher priority. Just get her done, please. Which one? Neither of them. That was kind of an open question. I mean, that's the one that you were waiting on parts for, but I think you were more actively working on the other one, weren't you? Speaking of legends, I've been getting so many ads for Raid Shadow Legends again. It's like they're like, okay, we've waited long enough. Everybody's forgot about how shit we are. Later killed by a demon. I can't wait to see some of those long-term tales of dwarves from this fort. That's something that I'm very much looking forward to. Is how the stories of the dwarves that are born in this fort, living out their lives in this fort, end, you know? Can't wait for them to have mundane deaths of starve to death due to freaking out. I think a mudstone throne would be fitting. Also, I'm going to go down to this. We're going to stop displaying that artifact mechanism because I'm going to put a artifact lever next to this. Now, currently, this doesn't really have any use, but we'll have to think of something. There has to be an artifact lever in the throne room of our count. Because we no longer have a Baroness, we have a Countess. We've actually been upgraded. Cool. You just need a better tomb now. We need to make you 2 amulets. Yes, madame. And we're going to immediately dump them both. Or periodically, we're going to dump them all. The Countess does not know that the lever has no purpose. And we'll just tell her that, like, oh, pulling this lever will command your true power or something. Gotta check my bars, because they're not making that coffin. Okay. Someone should go do that. Right, Eric Shadowblade, do you like metals? It's romantically involved with Kibbs. Oh no! Kibbs who died! So sorry, Eric. Because my metalsmith died, so... Besides, the tragedy keeps the fortress interesting, right? We wouldn't want this fortress to get boring now, would we? The child should be sentenced to stone hauling like everyone else. I mean, they will be sentenced to stone hauling. They just, you know, we just need them to get there. So sad that my unicorn died. I had this pet unicorn that lived here for a bit who no longer lives here, and it makes me kind of sad. We have enough pigs, and I don't need these piglets right now, so let's make some pig leather, shall we? And queue up some leather shoes. The strongest 2-year-old known to dwarf kind. I wouldn't quite say the strongest, but certainly a strong 2-year-old. Speaking of, how is Packers doing? I hope that this dwarf snaps out of it. How is Tapioke doing? She felt jovial to have a mandate deadline met. Excellent. Then I guess we'll just go into this room every so often and dump, 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 dump. Make sure that they're still dumping them. I mean, when we started this world, there was only 50 renown deaths. 50. So this world is just very young. Just kind of in every way. That's actually what I'm doing. Cooler. We're dumping them all in the Countess's room. Well, in their bedroom, yeah. Excuse me. Slight hiccup there. We're gonna need many cabinets and coffers. Sure, I need to dump that somewhere. Currently, it's just a fine tomb, but they demand a mausoleum, so... You know, we'll just make it longer. Why not? Let's just engrave it rather than making it longer. It's big enough. Gotta put stuff in it now. Will we be smashing them? Probably gifting them to the mountain home. Or smashing them. One of the two. One of the two. Whatever happens first. Although I don't think she'd care if we smash them now, but I don't really want to test that. Oh. Eh. There you go. You have a mausoleum now. Perfect. As we continue to slowly work our way through all of this stuff. All right, we should throw some nice coffers into these bedrooms. Because moving all of these Dwarven beds into here is going to be good once it's actually done. That's the thing. It's actually getting this done that's a little bit of a challenge, but they're still doing those on repeat, aren't they? Yeah, they are. But yeah, no, probably gifting them to the mountain home. I'm not huge in smashing stuff if I can avoid it. Like bodies, sure. Corpses, yeah. Refuse, totally. Amulets? I mean, dwarves made those. Okay, fuck it. I'm gonna just make a rock coffin, because I have not been able to get that made. Tapioca's gonna go make them themselves. Perfect. So I had those two deaths, and I don't... Yeah, neither of them have actually been buried yet. Made a figurine of skinks. Yeah, I think the goal for today mostly is to get through all of that shit. By the shit, I mean boulders. And if we can do that, then move all of crafting down here into the walls. Actually, I think I'm going to make the crafting layer this layer, because they'll have their own central staircase next to it. So this area over here is going to be where all the crafting stuff goes, is underground down here. And we'll build up in here and smooth out those walls as we go up. Skinks are cool. Like in real life, skinks are really cool. I really like skinks. They just have really cute legs. This is the only way to really describe skinks. All right. More coffins getting worked on. Well, you know, on the bright side, the dwarves are relatively happy-ish. So I guess that's good. You know, right now, I could export amulets. But I'm just not going to risk that again until that dwarf is gone. That's so bad for Packers. Poor child. Doesn't deserve that. All right. Game is saved. Frame rate's picking up too. Like it got a little sluggish. Like I checked. I turned frame rates on and checked off stream. We were down to about 40 frames, but it already feels like it's kind of recovered. So that's good. That is good. How many rocks we at? Of course you may ask, and I can check. 14,000 total, let's see. Not touching the keyboard, game's just lagging. 6,144 mudstone. We got more nice up and about, which I should unforbid, apparently. There's some that's forbidden. So we were at 9,000 plus mudstone when we started. I could also start constructing stuff, but I don't really know what buildings to build. So if anybody has suggestions for buildings that I could start building out of nice down here, let me know, because I'm open to ideas. Hey, just like clockwork, Cena Shovel Brews wishes to reside in Longdeath for the purpose of entertaining citizens and visitors. I'm going to keep denying you because I don't have proper lodgings for guests. Perhaps once we have proper lodgings for guests. It is progress, yeah. It is indeed progress. So I'm actually not going to make more beds. What I'm going to do is I'm going to deconstruct all of the beds that I already have built and then move them in. That's actually what we're going to do. So when we get there, we're just going to do them all at once all of the bedrooms are ready to go. And we have all of the furniture built. And then I'll just move them. I'll deconstruct all of the beds all at once, mass move them over, and we'll be ready to go. We got a hell of a figurine industry going on right now, though. I hate you, parents. I mean, we could build a massive statue garden outside. That actually wouldn't be that bad of an idea. Actually, what I wanted to do is I wanted to make a terracotta warrior army underground. What was that? We'll let that run for a minute. What do you guys think of the throne room up here? It's got those gem windows along the sides, fancy doors. Packers, the child is sitting here in a fit of depression. You at least feel pleasure near a fine lever. Gratitude, remembering being rescued. Enjoyment, playing with a toy. Dejected, belling upon being caught in the rain. Satisfied, crying on somebody in charge. Nope, doesn't seem to care. Doesn't seem to give a shit. How's Tapioca doing? Ambivalent after the delayed punishment of a criminal. What? Oh. Squug. Squug. So Squug is still a criminal, according to our glorious leader. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to replace our sheriff with Tapioca, the Countess, and let Tapioca deal. With this prisoner themselves. Let's see what they do. Chain Squug. Because Squug does have a sentence for 253 days, 253 days in prison. Holy shit. Long time. So, it's probably done by this point. We'll quickly make a well. Let's see how Squug is doing. Okay. So let's take your bets. Do you guys think that our Sheriff Squug is going to serve his time in prison flawlessly, or do you think he's going to have a hard time in prison? What do we think? So I think it could go either way. Repentant, worried after a lack of decent meals. Okay. Cops don't fare too well in prison. This is the town sheriff, though, not just any cop, right? Yeah, well is full. Because that's a long period of time in prison. Because of missing family or something? It's a weird dwarf, though. I think it'll change him. No, he's interested near a fine bed. He was interested near a wonderful restraint, but was worried after a lack of decent meals. Doesn't seem to mind so far. Also, Eric Shadowblade, now that we have those iron items, you can go back to crafting. So I don't know what this is going to be for. But I'm going to start building a building over here. We're going to make it out of nice. And it's going to have multiple layers, multiple floors. It's not going to be a tavern or anything. Maybe some sort of guild hall in the future. We'll find out what it becomes when we get there. But for right now, I'm just going to start building it. You think it should be remembered? Let's see. Specify new image, creature. Packers. And burning, contemplating, cooking, cringing. Oops. Sad there's no attacking. Striking? Striking down? Potentially? Suffering, torturing, traveling, dejected, screaming, refusing, raising, melting, massacring, laughing, laboring, impaled on, hanging from, greeting, embracing. I mean, you know, hey, here's a thing. No, you've been able to do this for a while. Here's a thing that we could do. We could say that he's embracing him and call it propaganda. The time that the Dwarven child hugged our wonderful Countess. What do you think? Or, I mean, or I could just say, like, is weeping. Yeah, we'll do that. Because he is cringing. Packers is embracing Tapioca. This is an image of Packers, the dwarf, and Tapioca. Colt nose. Tapioca is cringing. Packers is embracing Tapioca. Done. All right, make us the statue, please. And we'll put it in the basement. Oh, another one that we should make. Because I was really tired when this happened. Specify image. That's not actually what I wanted to do. Specify image. Yeah, no, you hit D for details barons on either engravings or statues, and you can do all the details stuff. Okay, so specify a new image. Historical figure. Squug. And dwarf. 36. No, 37 we had at the time. And 37 dwarves, because it would be 38 plus squug. And action or relationship. Beating? What? Massacring? Would massacring be the right word for running around and injuring literally every dwarf in the fort? Because he didn't kill them all. He killed one, but he did injure them all. Yeah, it's a mass beating, yeah. Mutilated. Torturing? Torturing, we'll go with that. Torturing. This is an image of Squug and the dwarf and 37 dwarves. No, not Squug. Okay. Delete element. Squug is torturing the 37 dwarves. I don't think assaulting is a word. Yeah, assaulting isn't a word. My options are unfortunately kind of limited. Maiming? Also hate jelly. Nice tail, by the way. You know, fuck it, we'll go with it. This is an image of Squug, point pillars, The dwarf and 37 dwarves. Squug is torturing the 37 dwarves. Squug is striking a menacing pose. Done. 8. Sorry. God. Came out of fucking nowhere. I had no time to react. The history continues. All right. I can speakish again. Ghost Titan face is still terrified by the locals. I mean, wouldn't you be? Man, it's a pity that we lost both Zapdos and Psychon. Size. Good dwarves, I tell you. Good goddamn dwarves. Yeah, no, the two ideas for today in DF videos out of this I have. I also have another one from an older fort, which I don't know if I'm actually going to do, but kind of the two ideas that I have. What did I make that wall out of? I made that one out of diorite. Whoops. Kind of the two ideas that I have are, I would like to make one on the squug beating everybody. And I would also like to make one about the kobolds. The previous one that I would kind of like to make was that were creature that was beaten to death by a dwarf with a leather cap, just because that would be hilarious, but there wasn't too much substance to that one. I've got a bunch of ideas. I just need the inspiration and desire to sit down and actually make them. And I haven't recently. Been trying to just take care of my head mentally recently, and it's been good, but you can only do that so much, right? Sometimes you just gotta work. Recently, I've just wanted to stream a whole lot and not spend so much time editing. I edit when I need to. When I don't need to, I don't. All right. We need to write, like, some lore for this fortress. Like, I love the, like, this is an accidental Titan face, right? Like, what if this is a fortress built in the gravesite of an ancient god? What if this is that fortress? And a baby punching the Countess right in the eyelid. Yeah, directly in the eyelid. Okay, so the Squug massacre happened first. Also, a goose was fighting. Did it? Oh, Packers went and beat the crap out of a goose. God damn it. And I think killed it. I'm not sure. I actually haven't really looked into that too much. Stone. We do need to do that. One of the things I'm kind of planning for today is to actually make all of those rooms into temples. All right, I could probably suspend the coffers now. Because I guarantee you I have enough. Actually, not really. Or at least not as many as I thought. Boom, 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 boom. Might be enough. No, it's not. Need a few more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more. So I'm actually making too many bedrooms. We're making 41 bedrooms. We only have 36 dwarves, but a couple extras. We're all getting rained on too. You know, let's give the dwarves a break from this, I think. It's a lot of figurines. Let's get some stuff hauled and put away and give those dwarves a bit of a break, I think. It is raining after all. And it is terrifying, but inevitable. So I'm gonna make a tunnel from down here, where these bedrooms are, to over where the new bedrooms will be. Man, they're still super busy, even though they're no longer making crafts. How is Squug doing? Ooh. Right, okay, so there was witnesses. 225 days in prison. Oh, my word. Alrighty, Tapioke, you get to go beat the crap out of another child. But anyway, to answer your question, for the most worshipped deity. Okay, so the god of lust, the embraced roses, has no worshippers. 10 dwarves worship the god of speech. No one worships the god of death and disease. 11 worshippers worship Shin, the god of jewels. No worshippers of the spear of incarceration, the god of war and valor and fortresses, and no one worships the god of mountains. And 7 worship the god of earth. No religions. It's interesting, actually. There's only 3 gods that are actively worshipped in this fort. So that answers that question. We're still dumping amulets. I have a feeling we're going to be dumping amulets for a while. Kind of a pity it's not the deity of Earth, isn't it? Another way we could get through a lot of this boulder quicker is I could start constructing floors out of these boulders. This might even just end up being a stockpile in the future. I'm not entirely sure. So today is my last stream of the week. I'm just kind of curious, does anybody have any plans for Friday and the weekend? I will not be streaming on Saturday, as you guys have ordered me to take a day off with channel points. So I will probably do some extra editing time on that day. Still needs roofs, obviously, but one thing at a time. My plan for the stream today is Dwarf Fortress for the majority of the day, and then we'll do a couple hours of Stalker in the evening if there's people interested in hanging about. Also, investments are open if you wish to invest your tickets. Framerate's a little raunchy now. I wonder where that is. It's probably all the boulders, frankly. Watching Ferrari embarrass themselves at Monza. Oh, you and me both. Looking forward to that. I mean, I think everybody's looking forward to seeing Ferrari embarrass themselves at Monza. Even people who know nothing about what we're talking about are looking forward to Ferrari embarrassing themselves at Monza. Yeah, we'll make the stairs out of mudstone. Why not? Not all will be mudstone. All will be clear of mudstone one day. So I'm going to make this building multiple floors. Should I make it more than 2 floors? Or do you guys think 2 floors is enough? Because I could go up higher. We could go 3 or 4 floors even. So if I'm going to make it more than 2, then I will make these up downstairs instead of just downstairs. I don't know what this building's going to be yet. Like I said, it might even just end up being storage. Let's go with up downstairs. Make it, give it more floors. I could make it a storage facility for all of these figurines. I wonder how long of a sentence Packer's got. And also, I wonder how Squug is doing in prison. Chat, how do you guys think Squug is doing in prison? Do you think he's doing well, or do you think he's having a hard time? He was doing okay the last time we checked in. He's freaking out. He feels repentant being confined, and interested near a fine statue, and interested near a wonderful restraint, and interested near a fine door. He's actually improving mentally, and he feels gratitude upon receiving water. He's happier than he was out of prison. Gotta love when Dwarven therapy works well. It's fine, they can have the damn apricots. And they also stole plums. Those thieving bastards. Ba-da-bum. Wham, 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 wow, 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 wow. I actually think that that's impossible, Squug. You only lose... You stop growing brain cells at a certain point, don't you? Or am I mistaken? Watch out, he's got a brain. Watch out, he's a brain! That kind of reminds me of Addisive stuff. I got your nose. Get that man, he's got a nose! I realize that stuff's lol so random humor, but it still amuses me for some reason. Sometimes simple humor is just funny, I guess. Actually, maybe it's more even as absurdist humor. Also, like, those things are the perfect length, you know? I think if they were, like, 10 seconds longer every time, they would outstay their welcome, but as just, like, a few second long. Send out the 2-year-old assault specialists. You know, I think I've been punched by a tantruming 2-year-old. Who got a scolding. I'm pretty sure I have been punched by a tantruming 2-year-old. How are you doing over here, animal? She feels fondness when talking with a friend, guilty upon being able to rest and recuperate, afraid after remembering experiencing trauma. Her upper left arm bears a straight scar, and her head bears a massive jagged scar. All of our dwarves are like battle-hardened. You're helping construct this building. That's obviously what you're doing here. Getting some pathing lag. It'll get better as they work on stuff. She knew the bird was gonna bite you. That's funny. She probably put her finger in the bird cage, had her finger bit, and now just tells everybody to do that to make herself feel better. This all goes back to my theory. Humans are naturally evil. We have to learn to be good people. I'm convinced of that. And I've been convinced of it for a while. Like, whenever people try and tell me, they're like, no, humans are... It's just sadistic. One and the same. Like, no, humans are inherently good. We have to learn to be evil. It's like, no, I believe it's the other way around. But that is really funny, though. Also, speaking of things that are inherently evil, Django, birds are evil. I'm telling you. Humans are addicted to feedback mechanisms? Isn't that literally, like, what living creatures are, though? We demand feedback, either in the form of gratitude or, I don't know. I think a lot of people look down on that stuff because they don't like to be thought of as simple creatures, but humans are very simple creatures. We crave things that make us feel good. It's just kind of how we work. Actually, this might end up being a library. That could be fun. Oh yeah, no, totally we overcomplicate things. I thought you were gonna say car, Squawk. You want chicken? I had chicken last night. It was tasty. I get chicken again tonight, too. I have more chicken. You're gonna get leftovers? Then get leftovers. Don't be like that guy that ate a bicycle.
For everyone.
Don't be like that guy that ate a bicycle. I read about that once in the very accurate and important, prestigious book of world records made by the Guinness Corporation. It wasn't me. You sure about that? Wait, was it a Dutchman that ate a bicycle? I didn't realize that. I owned a bicycle and then someone stole it. I'm kind of upset about it, to be honest with you. A couple months later, walking to work, or walking to the bus that would take me to work, I saw... You on 4? Wow. And I saw someone riding a bike that looked suspiciously like mine, but I didn't say anything. I would have no way to prove it. Could have just been the same model of bike. Did a buzzard steal some pig? Boar meat? It's literally because all my shit's outside. That's why. Dutchman ate a bike. Hold on. Man eats bicycle. It was French. Died in 2007. He holds the strangest diet in Guinness Book of World Records. He was awarded a brass plaque by the publishers to commemorate his abilities in which he consumed as well. He also... Okay, so he ate bicycles, a shopping cart, a bed, skis, a pair of them, a computer, a Cessna, a waterbed, a coffin with handles, and a brass plaque. Okay. For anybody who's curious, there you go. I mean, he was born in 1950 and died in 2007, so he lived a pretty long life. Apparently 2 people ate planes. There's probably been a few people that have eaten planes, let's be honest here. It's only those people who like plain diets, right? Picky eaters, specifically. Also, hey, Polar Bear. But, yeah, right, I did good. Yeah, I thought I was the only cool one with the weird diet. Nah, people are stupid, so they'll eat anything to get noticed, I guess. He's been smoking and drinking and he's still alive. You know, I'll be honest, if you grind that stuff up into a fine enough powder, smoking and drinking your whole life is probably worse for you. Glad to hear that your pops is still kicking it, though. Wait, you're not happy that your pop's still kicking? You know, I won't ask questions. I might pave little walkways down here with mudstone. Look cool. Hey, Jamie. How's your dwarfy doing? Probably better than a lot of other dwarves. Blissful. Remembering a very good bedroom. Be merry, you say. You're a nervous wreck. You often feel filled with joy and crack easily under pressure. And you're easily moved to mercy and takes no pleasure in her talents and appearance. That's your dwarf. We're in the process of moving down into the big About no one but himself. Oh, that sucks. I'm sorry to hear that, Cooler. Apologies. Hey man, sometimes I'm an unbearable asshat that cares about no one but himself. But only sometimes. Only like on bad days. Wear hats on their ass. I used to know somebody who I no longer associate with, because turns out it was true, who had a tattoo on his butt of a top hat. Yep. Because he's an asshat. What if you had like a baseball cap with like a donkey on it? Just nothing else. Just don't say anything to anybody ever. And then one in like 50 people's like, heh! And you know, they get the joke. It would be funny, you know? It would be like those t-shirts that just say $5 foot long and then an arrow pointing down. Also, it looks like the dwarves actually made it here the first time this time. Man, I wish the elves would tell me how many trees I could cut down, because that's a problem. Maybe I should just run up there and pave all that. Or wait, would a donkey on a baseball cap be a hat ass? Not an ass hat. All right, hold on. First, before I do anything else, you go to amulets. Make sure that all of these are getting dumped. Squog, how is you do? 173 days left in prison. I'm sure he'll be fine when he comes out the other end. Sure, he will be. He'll be a hat's ass. Now, what if it's an ass with a baseball cap on it, with a picture of an ass on it, wearing a baseball cap with a picture of an ass on it? Or is that just the end of the universe? You know, I'm not gonna lie, and I've said this before. That would be asception. Asception. Yeah, you're probably right. One thing that I'm really sad about with this Steam version of Dwarf Fortress is a were-ass has arrived is just going to turn into, oh look, a donkey. It's no longer gonna be the hee, it's a butt. It's gonna be, oh, it's just, yeah, it's actually just a donkey. And I'm a little sad about that. Like, I realize I'm just painfully immature thinking that that's hilarious, but like... a large skinless ass. It appears to be emaciated. Does that stockpile not hold figurines? Yeah, it does. I guess I just have that many. I said skinless, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it was hairless ass, skinless ass, faceless ass, assless ass, This video's demonetized. A big butt has shown up, and it is here to eat your fort. I still will never forget one of the first forgotten beasts I ever got on stream was a large skinless ass. It shot webs, and it appeared to be emaciated. We killed it almost instantly, and I laughed my ass off. It didn't. It died. It was a great tragedy. That's such an oddly specific question. I actually don't know the answer to it. I want to say Masterwork adds dangly bits. But I don't think by default genitalia is something that can be attacked. Because I have certainly seen screenshots of so-and-so Urist gets punched in the crotch. I've certainly seen, I think that's Masterwork stuff. See, I'm not really one for censorship, but I think that there's a point where things stop making sense and shouldn't be included based on the fact that they just don't make sense. If that makes sense. Like, I don't like censorship, but I don't like too much information, you know? Like, I don't like censorship, but, like, I read a description of a baby getting dropped and splatting in this run. They can get gelded? Really? I don't think I've ever noticed that happen. I'm so sorry, Peter. And it probably scarred Peter for at least 5 minutes after he stopped laughing. What is gelding actually? When you take a male dog's nuts and remove them so it can't make baby dogs. Or a cow's nuts. That is gelding. It's removing the testicles from an animal so that they can't mate. Yeah. That's gelding. That's why I had so many pets. I mean, you need a farmer's workshop and you need a dwarf with the gelding job active. Although what's hilarious is some animals fight back. Like if you geld cats, you'll actually get a combat log for it. Which is funny. And sometimes the dwarves can get injuries from gelding cats. Most animals don't, though. But cats do. Same with big cats, like cougars, they'll fight back. Which is funny. My name is Mistum. I am your liaison from the mountain homes. Good day, good Countess. There is much to share. Our conquests are great. We have shared information on your maps. What requests do you have of our merchants? What requests do I have of your merchants? I'll probably just continue asking them to bring socks, shoes, gloves, mittens, caps, hoods, dresses, skirts, vests, tunics, cloaks. No, they'll automatically be released from the cage, but you'll have to put them back into the cage. Is Geld? That's funny. I like that. I think that's all that I'm going to ask for. Huh. There is a chance that they can get Gelding Strike. Interesting. Like I said, I don't think I've ever seen that. Also, I just got auto-hosted by Evil Trick, it seems. Shoutouts to Evil Trick, my teammate. Want to see some high-quality RimWorld gameplay. Well then, we have finalized the import agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. Like kobolds, because they're reptiles, technically? Kobolds lay eggs? Huh. The more you know. Let's discuss what we're willing to offer you for your crafts dwarfship. I hope you like crafts. Yes! They want figurines! At maximum priority. What are the odds? Same with crowns. That's funny. Mistum, farewell, Tapioca. I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Our fluffy brown fur. I knew they were furry. I didn't realize they were reptiles. I love how the only cave adapted dwarves are the children. That's going to be like kind of a problem because I can't really control them. I guess I could throw them into their own like burrow with alcohol and such, but I want Kobold Quest remastered, not gonna lie. Yeah, I've seen this image before. I mean, honestly, what I really want is, I really just would like a Bay 12 Games collection. You know, if Chip's Challenge can be on Steam, a Bay 12 games collection can be on Steam, I think. A child does as it pleases. I mean, you are not wrong. Liberal crime squad. I mean, that would be what it would actually include, right? It would be like liberal crime squad, maybe with a tile set, and then just all of their other games as well, and sell it for $5. I should try and stream liberal crime squad at some point, just for fun. In before my stream gets unfollowed due to politics. Ah, I never actually placed the other statue. So let's read the first statue that we commissioned for our history. This is a finely crafted, nice statue of Squug, paint pillars. On the item is a rendition of the fenced basis, an image of Squug, the dwarf, and 37 dwarves. Squug is torturing the 37 dwarves. Squug is striking a menacing pose. The image was commissioned by the Eternal Adventure of Time, a local dwarven government. I mean, it's all good. You can just kind of pop in and start talking. But hello, it's good to see you, Dion. Or about DF and LCS. Used to be until you got lazy. I mean, that's what my YouTube channel is for people now. How's the propaganda statue? Hasn't been placed yet. I just placed it, so we'll have to take a peek at the propaganda statue. The perfectly accurate history propaganda statue. Because, you know, there's got to be a lot of Dwarven propaganda going on, right? Actually, you know what I could do with this upper layer? I could make it into a farm. I think. Actually, no, I'm not gonna do it with this one, but I'm gonna do it with another one. We're gonna make a farm. We'll make a building below this one, maybe like around here, kind of thing. And I'm gonna have a bunch of holes in an upper layer, and then we're gonna get them to dump buckets into that lower layer, and we'll put some farming stuff down here. Most of them will remain unused, but there's somebody vomiting a ton. Who's Oh. Stages. Yeah, another child is vomiting. Oh well, as the children move underground, they'll become above ground. They'll be accustomed to the sun again. It'll be okay. I hope. Propaganda statue still getting constructed. Ah, here it comes. Here it comes. Yeah, he's vomited out like 4 times his weight. It's gonna start, after a while, it's gonna take a while for our history of the fortress hallway to actually get to the end of it. I'm taking Saturday off, actually, Bamboozler. Although, ideally, that'll mean I'll be able to have the time to make more than one today in Dwarf Fortress. Which would be the ideal outcome of that. The nice statue of Packers. This is a masterful statue of Packers, created by Tapioca. On the item is a rendition of the Spear of Haze, an image of Packers. The dwarf and Tapioca. Tapioca is cringing. Packers is embracing. Tapioca. The image was commissioned by the Eternal Adventure of Time, local Dwarven government. Are you saying they've evolved? Cooler. Here's a question, chat. If someone were to make another game using the Dwarf Fortress IP, what kind of game would you want it to be? Slaves to Armok? That's not what I mean, but smart ass. Not even, no. It's like if someone were to make another game, this but with better controls. I mean, that's not really what I meant. Dwarf Fortress 40K. I don't know. I guess you guys like imagine that differently than I would. Goblin Dark Pit. See, I'm talking more like Cobalt Quest kind of deal. You know? To find the DFIP. It's kind of the mythos that they've built. Like if someone were to make a video game based on a specific generated world or something. If that makes sense. Because technically the IP is Slaves to Armok. Human Town. See, those are total conversion mods. It's still Dwarf Fortress. That's not a different game. By different game, I mean if someone were to make a point-and-click adventure, for example. I mean, different genre completely. But, sort of like what Taco Bull mentioned, you know? It is a hard question, but it's a simple one. Assuming you're not like, well, this is the only game I need forever, which is the truth that I agree with. Tetris. Just Dwarven stockpile. All right. Well, then how about this, Dion? Dumb question. Forgot I asked it. because you're explaining stuff that I already get, but you don't really understand the question. Well, you're giving me like, here's what Dwarf Fortress is answers. It's like, yes, I understand, but that wasn't the question. Where'd that other sock go? Why would you give me one pigtail sock without a second one? Yeah, see, that's kind of what I mean, Django. That's the question. You do make a point, yeah. I mean, what I think of when I think of the Dwarf Fortress IP is I think of a relatively Tolkien-esque fantasy world, but with a bunch of unique quirks that are kind of unique to Dwarf Fortress. You know, the no creature is inherently evil thing. The fact that elves are cannibals. The like immortal creatures versus non-immortal creatures. The ideas that the myths and magic update are gonna add. That sort of stuff. Only if you add every detail that Dwarf Fortress does, but you don't need to add every detail that Dwarf Fortress does. All right, like I said earlier, it was a dumb question and you are not playing along with it, so let's change the subject. I'm sorry I brought it up. Sheesh. People. Do need that dog. My other one died. I mean, you weren't. I mean, maybe you thought you were playing along, but you're really not, no. There we go. Doesn't matter. I mean, we just need more games like Oberdin. No, it wouldn't. The Django dev. As someone who's played Dwarf Fortress with multiplayer, it wouldn't. It really is, Brahms. I love it so much. That game was terrible, though, Animal. You know, it wouldn't be deep down, but you like to entertain the thought. Whenever people, like... whenever people mention DF for Dwarf Fortress, it's just the biggest... The only thing I can do is press my hand firmly against my forehead, because it would be a massive waste of development time and resources, and wouldn't be fun to play. Like, RimWorld has a multiplayer mod. It's a neat novelty for an hour. And then you realize that nobody likes it at all. You see, now you're actually, like, playing along, Dayon, instead of just being kind of mean. But I'm done with the subject. I'm sorry. I'm frustrated. Yeah. But yes, I've read some of Trito's stories. Not all of them, but some of them. It didn't upset me. It's more just a... Come on. But whatever. It's not going to happen anyway, so why even bother entertaining the thought? Any ideas will just be added into Dwarf Fortress, and we'll move on. That being said, I would love to see somebody make a point-and-click adventure based off of a Dwarf Fortress world or a fort. Or a story that was generated in Dwarf Fortress. DF is basically the Borg. I mean, that's how Tarn describes it. Whenever they want to add a new feature, they just research stuff and plug it into Dwarf Fortress. And that's why they have so much fun developing it, is because rather than making a new game every time, they're just like, well, how can we add this to Dwarf Fortress? I mean, they would, yeah. Did anybody play The Vanishing of Ethan Carter? It's not as complex as Obra Dinn, but it does some similar stuff. I mean, somebody could make a point-and-click adventure puzzle game based off of Krug Smash's fortresses. You could do that. It was pretty good. I mean, for considering its budget, Vanishing is a solid little thing. I mean, he made the basis for this tile set, so. And sets up an investigation. It would be like Wikipedia mysteries, where you have to find specific lines of text. I mean, I love how there's a child playing in the throne room and it's full of vomit. I mean, that would just be a fantasy world dating simulator. I know that Kit Fox has already thrown around the ideas of throwing Dwarf Fortress references into Boyfriend Dungeon. But I mean, have you never played Wikipedia Mysteries? Wikipedia Mysteries was a phone game that came out ages ago. And all it did was it pumped a bunch of Wikipedia pages, and it would give you a random Wikipedia page, and it would be like, okay, find this other Wikipedia page. So it would give you, like, I don't know, the definition of the word dehydrate. And it would tell you to get to Jesus. And you'd be like, okay, how do I get to the Jesus page from the dehydrate page? And it was a lot of fun. DF GeoGuessr? How would that work? You'd have to know your worlds pretty well. I think there's like 35 of those on Steam, and they're all horrible. ROMs. Would be fun in a DF setting. It would be fun in a DF setting, but there's so many of them on Steam, and they're all bad. I mean, okay, so I just typed in Tavern on Steam. Love Tavern. Tavern Tycoon, which is terrible. Epic Tavern. Heroes in the Monkey Tavern. And The Tavern. There's a lot of Tavern. I need to know. What the fuck is Love Tavern? It's a porn game. It's actually a clicker. Okay, cool. Horny clicker. And no time limit, and you have to figure out where the fuck you are? The heck would you do that? I mean, that just sounds like an alternate mode for adventure mode. Not that I'm against that. I crossed a small world. I mean, he's talked about adding a lot of things eventually. So, like a lot of things. Like being able to natively play as other races, as an example. Isn't there two? Can't you like just do that without even technically modding the game? Just better if you use the mod down. You know, talking about stuff like that, Animal, just makes me reminds myself that I actually just want adventure mode to work. What if we could, like, you know, actually complete quests in adventure mode? Axon, the chief medical dwarf, has given birth to a girl. Does anybody want to be the most recent baby in the fort? Raise your hand. If you would like this child. First person to raise it gets it. Unless you already have a dwarf, in which case, then no, you don't get it. You greedy bastard. I don't think Goats has one. Double check. Welcome to the fort, Goats. You say Gaga Gaga. Lady Gaga. She was born today, which makes her very young indeed. Her parents are Axon and Lump. She has an angular chin. Her hair is wavy, and her medium-length hair is neatly combed. Her ears are somewhat narrow, and her head is somewhat short. Her hair is ecru, and her skin is sandy taupe. Her eyes are cobalt. She is mighty and tough, and slow to tire, but clumsy. You could be your own great-great-great-great-great-great-grandchild. Yeah, potentially. I can't wait until the kids start having kids. Oh, God. I hope we don't get any creepy relationships. She is very impolite and inconsiderate of property, and she tends to avoid physical confrontations. She works to square this natural tendency with her respective martial prowess. She respects stuff. She's less than a day old. She is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, and she is pleased by her own appearance and talents. She is slow to anger, and she does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings. She is only rarely moved to mercy, and she is distracted by this as someone who dislikes those that seek to acquire power over others. She tends to be passive in discussions, and she occasionally overindulges. She tends to hang onto grievances, and she chews her lips when she's nervous. She has a very distinct laugh when she's excited, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. And I just bashed my elbow against the table next to me. Your siblings are Scrumpet, Jamie, Packers, Peter, RIP, and Stone the Second. Congratulations. Please don't get dropped off a very high ledge. You have a good night's sleep, Animal. We'll see you later. It was a little bit too close to where my elbow was, is what it did to me. It's the Endless Legend soundtrack. Oh, we had a baby. I mean, I have a kangaroo? What? Oh, shit. I have a bunch of wild kangaroos in the fortress, apparently. Oh, also, for those of you who missed it, we are now in the possession of not one, but 2 fluffy wamblers. Make them into boxers? What, the kangaroos? Nah, we're gonna tame them and then eat them. Also, hey, Lump. Bit of a sad because of better soundtrack than the actual game. I really like the Endless games. They're not your normal, like, Civ-likes, and that's why I like them. If they were just another Civ, then that's not really interesting to anyone now, is it? I think that Endless Legend is a beautiful game that is fun to play, that is lacking in depth due to budget restraints. And I think that Endless Space 1 was almost identical to that. Endless Space 2, however, in my opinion, fixed most of those issues. Never mind. We can't start doing that. I mean, I agree. That's the biggest problem with it, which is why I'm super interested and keen to try their new game. Because that game looks very good. Humankind. It looks very, very, very good. No, it's nothing like Stellaris. I like it more than Stellaris, but I stopped streaming it because everyone's like, why do you have to stream Stellaris? It's a better game. You shut your mouth. But literally, that's why I stopped streaming it, was because I got tired of people bitching that I wasn't playing Stellaris. Unpopular opinion. I didn't like the combat in Master of Orion. It just got too slow by the end of games. I never played 3, but I didn't like the combat in Mu 1 or 2. It was one of the games I played multiplayer at my friend Scott and Jeff's house. They had all the 4X games. We played Heroes of Might and Magic, Age of Wonders, Civilization 3 and 2, Mu 1 and Mu 2. We would have an N64 set up with Smash Brothers on it, and there'd be 5 of us. You'd sit down. One person would sit down on the computer and take their turn in the game that we were playing, and then they'd get up and go over and sit down. Yeah. I mean, I haven't played those games in, I don't know, since 2004. So... Oh. Alpha Centauri was the other one that we played. But yeah, no, we didn't play the Mu games for very long after they got them because none of us liked the combat. It took too fucking long. It's kind of the same reason we didn't play Age of Wonder as much, but we didn't play Age of Wonders as much because I would just destroy everybody because it was the one game I owned, was Age of Wonders 1. Was the one game that I had at home. That and Civ 2. And so I would just obliterate everybody, and they got mad at me, so... I mean, it's not a Civ game, so you can't say it's the best Civ game. It's the best Sid Meier game. That's not a Civ game. It's a very, very, very good game. Yeah, I agree. And it's snowing. Sure, but I wouldn't call it a Civ game. I mean, you could call it a Civ game. I wouldn't, personally. It just feels wrong calling it a Civ game. I actually did stream Stellaris. Well, specifically, I streamed Launch Stellaris, and I just really didn't like it. I lasted, I don't know, I think it was 2 streams. It was about 7 hours or so worth of gameplay. I was just like, ugh. I've had so many people tell me, they're like, oh, you know, just keep playing it. It grows on you. I was like, you know what? I gave that thing 7 fucking hours. I'm out. Paradox games, I don't think they're for me. Terraforming and global warming. I don't think any other game has done that, really. Has anybody here watched the Super Bunny Hop video entitled Global Warming as Depicted by 90s Strategy Games? Because that's a fascinating video. Also, his very recent video on Total War Troy and schizophrenia is also interesting. It did have global warming, yes. But it didn't have as much terraforming. That video. It's a bloody good video. Also, the Total War Saga video he put out is totally worth watching, too. I don't know. That was the person that ran the one Civ 2 game for like 10 years, right? I mean, I fanboy over games I like too, so that's okay. That is acceptable. I found a video the other day of Sid Meier actually messing about with the computer that they used to make Civ 1 on. It's a fascinating little video to watch. I kind of screwed this up. It's okay though. I don't know. I remember enjoying Alpha Centauri, but it wasn't a game I played as much as some people played it. I certainly enjoyed it for what it was at the time, but I don't know. Maybe I never played enough of it, which is probably the case, but I don't have the same kind of reverence for it that a lot of people do. Like, I did too, but I don't know. From, like, the games that I look back on when I think of, like, oh my god, that game was incredible. From that time period was Civ 2 was fucking mind-blowing. Actually, you know, probably what it was is because I was younger, and Alpha Centauri has a lot of reading and character development. I'll bet you it's just because I didn't read all the shit. I'll be honest. But the games that I remember being mind-blowing were Civ 2 and Heroes of Might and Magic 3 and Age of Empires 2 and what was the last one? Now I'm blanking. Age of Wonders. Sure. I've never actually played Colonization. Wonder how well Civ 2 holds up. Pretty well, I'd assume. Owns so much of your childhood. Yeah. That's the one that we played the most. Like Palm 3 and Civ 2 we played the most. I got really confused the other day because I look at like stats after my streams are over, right? And if I get views from an external website, it gives me the name of the website. And I had this Russian website that I got like 30 views from one day. I was like, what the fuck is that? And it's a competitive speedrunning streams for Heroes of Might and Magic 3 website that's all in Russian. I'm not sure why my stream got like 70 views from that website because I don't stream Heroes of Might and Magic. I was very confused and still am by that. So if someone knows how that happened and cares to explain it, I'd love to know. I'd love to know. But it was quite amusing. I was like, what the fuck? That's off topic. I mean, sure, I play games with a similar audience, but I don't stream Heroes of Might and Magic 3. So, I don't know. It was just a confusing moment for me. All right, let's slaughter all these kangies. Fried kangaroo legs coming right up. Oh, hey, I have a dingo. Trade that. Train that. So we can eat it too. Well, we shouldn't talk about 4chan-like communities. I like to avoid those. I'm sure they'd be delicious. Or they make good hats. Like, we're all aware of communities that we're not proud of, and let's not promote them or support them. You associate yourself with Bay 12. The way you kind of gotta be. Yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna do with this building, but we'll figure it out. I mean, outside of Reddit, I haven't participated in any forums in a very long time. They just feel like an outdated style of internet communication, I guess. It's the only way to share and develop mods at the moment. I don't know if I necessarily agree that it's the only way. It's a way. But it's not the only way. It's where a audience is, but it's not the only way. And if you think it's the only way, then you need to explore some more modern forms of communication on the internet. Which plays the game a lot. Discords, Reddit, email list. Like, yes, like I said, it's a way, but it's not the only way. Sure. But it's also younger. Mm-hmm. You're completely correct. Although, to be clear, what I'm talking about there are many forums on the internet, and I'm not talking about the Bay 12 Games forums. There are many forums on the internet that should be forgotten. They should be left to rot. And just because there's an audience there doesn't mean that that audience is worth communicating with. And yes, there are Dwarf Fortress forums. And yes, there are the Bay 12 Games forums. But pretty soon, specifically for DF, I have a feeling, and you can disagree with me on this, the best place to share mods will be Steam Workshop, not the forums. I mean, you should also post them on the forums. But it's going to stop being the forums once Steam drops. Also, if you don't want to irritate streamers, never use that smiley. Never use that smiley. Just a reference. Never use that smiley if you want to, unless you want to irritate the streamer. It has a very different meaning on Twitch than most other platforms. It's the same smiley. What's irritating about it? I mean, can you tell? Or is that a serious question? Bump. If you don't want to irritate streamers, use the monkey smiley, the OG one. I'm high maintenance? How so? Because I'm not the only streamer who finds it frustrating. I just state that I find it frustrating and irritating. Whereas a lot of people don't. So because I'm honest about my feelings, you say that I'm high maintenance. Okay. Gotcha. Sure. For sure. No, the problem with the Twitch smiley is it looks like it's staring into your soul. And if you use it constantly, the way that smiley gets used on Twitch isn't the way smileys get used on other websites. So the way it reads is condescending. The way it reads is sarcastic. The way it reads is jabbing. It doesn't read like a normal smiley. So, you might call me high maintenance, Django. I'm honest. It's more of I'm trying to explain the problems that a lot of streamers feel, but don't talk about, generally. If you, like, specifically the running meme of I made this smile And that's why you'll hear streamers say things like, oh, smile. Because when Mario Maker came out, people would make intentionally douchebaggery levels and type in. My problem with it is it doesn't have a nose. If it had a nose, I wouldn't mind it. Just looks weird. So you can call me high maintenance. That's totally fair. I think that's a little bit mean of you to say that, but it's fair. You just feel like you're walking on eggshells? Don't feel like you're walking on eggshells. Because you're not. But what I will say is, like, if I see something and I see somebody doing something repeatedly and you don't realize what you're saying, I'll point it out. But if you want to keep using it, you can keep using it. Just realize what you might be saying, how what you're saying might be taken. Like, I've had people say that they're afraid to talk in my chat, which I think is nuts. Because they don't know how I'm going to react to things. But in reality, it's just realize words have impact, and how you say those words have impact, right? So if you say something sarcastically, people will take it sarcastically. If you say something in a condescending tone, people will take it as condescending. Now, if you spend a lot of time in an area and you learn the culture of that area, and people say things in certain ways, that just becomes natural. I spend a lot of time on Twitch. I spend a lot of time talking to streamers. I spend a lot of time interacting with other streamers. I know how we take certain things that people say. So if I see somebody doing something repeatedly that I know I myself find frustrating, I would rather just tell you than not say anything about it. And then at that point, it's your prerogative to choose whether or not you continue doing it. If I think it's shitty, then I will just, not say anything beyond that point. Or if I really hate it, I will ban it. And I don't really want to ban smileys. That would just be dumb. And yeah, if you use the occasional smiley, it's generally fine. But if it's like every line, people, not just myself, will start to feel like you're being condescending, because that's how it reads. Like, if you zoom in on that smiley and stare at it for a little bit, you'll realize it's staring into your soul. It's Twitch's fault for making a bad smiley, not your fault for using the bad smiley. In other news, how's Squug doing? A little bored. Can you even get that smiley anymore? Is that one also in your settings? Because, like, there are 3 smileys on Twitch. Takes a while to update, yeah. And just, I guess to kind of like put a cap on that topic. The only time that you should feel like you're walking on eggshells is if, there you go, he's almost out of prison. Hopefully he comes out okay. You should only feel like you're walking on eggshells in this chat, if you do something that I find annoying or frustrating, and I ask you to either do that thing less or stop doing it, and your response is that. Then you're walking on eggshells. If you respond with an overwhelmingly negative response to me asking you as politely as I can to be kind and communicate in a respectful manner, then at that point you're in trouble. Cheers, Krill. Yeah, we'll be taking Saturday off, so community day will be Sunday. What's up? And the monkey one? Yeah, the one King uses and the monkey one are both fine. It's literally just the robot one. And the majority of that stuff you can blame the shitty part of Twitch's community for. And you know how we were kind of talking earlier that there's some forums on the internet that should not only be forgotten, but should be removed from existence. There's places on Twitch that should be forgotten and removed. There's really shitty things on Twitch. Twitch is a big site. It's one of the biggest sites in the world. Like, aren't we like number 12, like most visited site on the internet or something shitty like that? And because of that, you have these compounded collections of really shitty culture. And it sucks. And I hate it. I really, really hate it. I love Twitch. I love a lot of the people on this site. I love what this site allows me to do. I hate some of the baggage that this site brings with it. And anybody who's been on Twitch for years will know what I'm talking about. But how was you today, Crow? Ah, darn. Child is throwing a tantrum. I don't think he actually damaged anything, though. I've got a bunch of dingoes. Holy crap. We're still dumping amulets. Oh my god. I don't know. I don't want to just keep kind of ranting about the same thing, so. I feel like I've said everything that I can say on the subject without just repeating myself at this point, so. And if you disagree, feel free to let me know. So. Like, if you think that smiley is okay, feel free to use it. But just know that the effect that it can have. That's all. All right. Anyway, to kind of wrap around to the subject that we were on before, whereas forums are the best place to advertise a mod that you've spent months working on, counterpoint. As a mod maker, wouldn't it be more valuable to find a community of people that like your work and move them onto a platform that is easier to access them? Like, wouldn't it be the most effective to, say, build a Discord server or your own website or your own email list and distribute through that versus only going direct? Like, yes, you can largely go direct, but in the long term, wouldn't it be better for you as a creator to have your own audience? So on one hand, going via a forum might be a really good way to get started, but once you've kind of gotten past that point, isn't it better to have an embedded audience? Like, I look at everything that you're creating from the perspective of, oh, well, wouldn't you want your audience to know you and follow you more than just this thing that you made once, right? Like, yes, you could make a mod and chuck it up on ModsDB or Nexus Mods or Steam Workshop or whatever, and you have that. But wouldn't it be better to, alongside of that, also promote a Discord server or something else? Yeah, exactly. It is hard to track this. I'm not saying it's easy. But in the long, like, for example, there's a RimWorld mod maker who makes the Vanilla Plus mods, basically. He's very good at I think he actually got hired by Ludian. eventually, but for ages, what he did was he had his own Discord server. He had a Patreon as well, and he got like $1,000 a month just to make creatures and mods for RimWorld. That's all he did. It works on my end. Works on my end, Lump. So that's what he did for a really long time. And the way he built that was whenever he posted a mod on the Steam Workshop and on the Ludian forums, he would put a link at the bottom saying, if you would like to talk to me or have feedback about this mod, and would attach, yeah, I see a monkey. I don't know, do you not see a monkey? He would attach a link to his Discord, as well as his Patreon and whatever. And now dude has a Discord with like 600 people in it. Uploads it, puts an ad everyone to people, and immediately people know the mod's out. There's so much to learn. This is a great game. So like that's something that I think would be something that one would want to work towards. So you already do that? Yes, again. I mean, or are you asking about the smiley? I don't know what we're talking about here. There's too many conversations going on at once. But that's what I would suggest for modders, the pathway modders follow. It's like, forums are great. They genuinely are. Reddit is great. It genuinely is. But fucking hell, it's dated. It's so out of date. Like, the internet has moved on. And on forums, you'll get the older audience. You'll get the audience that's been there for a really long time. And that's really good. On Reddit and Discords, you'll get a younger audience, which is going to last longer. I don't think that forums are this rock-solid piece of technology that some people think they are. That'll be around forever. I think forums' days are numbered. Still robots on your end? Maybe tomorrow. I mean, it works on my end. I see monkeys. I can screenshot it for you if you don't trust me. But Hoagie, so what brings you to the realms of Dwarf Fortress? If you don't mind me asking. How did you discover it if you just played it for the first time today? Like, have you known about it for a while, or are you brand new? Also, I got to do my injections pretty soon, so. You believe me? Cool. Also, something else I should mention just because of the conversation we just had. If you feel that I am unfair or making you walk on eggshells, I'd like to know. Because I just babble, and I'm just honest. So, if I'm making people feel unwelcome, I would like to know. Brand new. Really? Wow. Well, welcome. Welcome to the realms of dwarfs. If you need help with anything, shout at us. Don't worry about it anymore. Okay, cool. 'Cause I've had people's? That's English. I've had people, like, say similar things in the past, and it's usually few and far between. So, whenever that does pop up, I always kind of want to remedy that if possible. Might actually dig a basement into this building. That could be fun. Little constructed building, almost. Still working on it. That's probably going to be how we're going to have to get through all of these boulders. But this fortress, Hoagie, is it's a little weird. We've been working on it for 7 days now. It's a big hole. A big hole. I know sometimes, Jacques' treatment, I can be aggressive, but it's something that I'm aware of, and it's something I'm working on. I have a lot of personality traits from portions of my family that are really bad, including being like unnecessarily aggro. But I blame my Irish heritage. The problem is I'm Canadian. So people expect me to be polite. If I was from Texas, I'd get more leeway. Looks mad. I have a texture pack. What's wrong with having a texture pack? You're brand new. Your friend told you about it. Oh wow. Okay, so a friend told you about the game and you've just discovered it. Well, welcome. This is a texture pack. I don't know what texture pack you're using, but don't be mad and don't let anybody be mad at you for using a texture pack. That's ridiculous. And an Elven diplomat has arrived and is just standing there, ominously. You know, you're welcome inside, buddy. There you go. He's seeing all of the wooden walkways and going, oh my god, this is horrible. Oh god, what's he gonna ask me to do? Probably not cut down his trees, most likely. I mean, I used to be horrible, frankly. A couple of years ago, I was significantly less mature. I've gotten better. A poor child cancels eat, too depressed. Speaking of... Oh, you're still chained. What's your mandate? I need 2 amulets. Helped you a lot today? Gotcha. Well, yeah, no, if you need more help, have you joined the KitFox Discord? Because that's probably the fastest assistance Discord you'll get. The elf bastard says, greetings from the woodlands. Countess, we have much to discuss. We elves are partial to the particular trees in the forests surrounding your lands. Although we loathe to spare a single branch to your senseless slaughtering, we are willing to ask that you cap your tree fells at 100 until we next meet. I will try to return next year as I am able. We grant this request as that is far less than I think we've cut down in total. And an elven caravan has arrived. We can part with at least 128 trees, dwarf. We can abide by this. We shall work into a mutual coexistence. There is much to share. Information has been added to your maps. Although we do not always see eye to eye, short stuffs, I bid ye farewell. May you someday embrace nature as you embrace the rocks and mud. They are always reasonable, but you need, in order to actually get that dialogue window to pop up, you need a baron or a count. So you need royalty in order for them to reason with you. Otherwise, they won't reason with you. They'll just ambush you and try and kill you with sticks. I don't think anybody should have tile set preferences. By that I mean, use whatever tile set you want. And if someone tells you that you shouldn't use a tile set, punch them in the nose, verbally, with the biggest, heaviest thing you can find. Skirt. I mean, he's skirting around the politics. Look at all these figurines of Tapioca. Tried to slaughter your yak and adopted it. Yeah, okay. God, I'm just trying to make sure I don't sell any amulets by mistake.
You would witness your planet falling apart.
But I don't know. I kind of wish I could see more modders going about modding the same way YouTubers grow about making a YouTube audience. If you're creating a thing, you need an audience for it. And yes, that means you can totally just, you know, go with the audience that's already built into the thing where that audience is. But you should also be trying to build your own audience for the thing you're creating, regardless of what it is. How long have I played? I don't know. The game doesn't track it. Easily a couple thousand hours. A long night for DF? I did actually, and then the game updated. And it broke the long night. And I haven't played the updated version. I haven't streamed it though. I'm not much of an overhaul mod guy, and I also am not a huge fan of the theme for Long Night, so I like the robots stuff though. That stuff was kind of neat. I think I still actually have an installation of the old version. Do I? Yeah, I do. I don't know. There are lots of overhaul mods for Dwarf Fortress that I kind of have no interest in. In fact, I would almost say the majority of mods for DF I kind of have no interest in. It's not really that crazy. It's just big. I mean, it's very small population. There's only 37 dwarves in this fortress. The goal for this fortress is to keep it alive for 1,000 years in games, so I am intentionally building it in ways to keep the dwarves very happy and taking my time. And as far as I can tell, there is no documented forts that have lived that long. The longest lived one that I could find is 600 years. So we're on year 25. We started at year 5, so we're 20 years in. 1,000 years of mud. Speaking of 1,000 years of mud, I need to go stab myself with needles and prick my fingers with pins and give myself some sandwich. So I will be back in hopefully under 5 minutes. Might be a little longer though, because I do have to stab myself with needles. Gonna quickly take all that stuff. I'll be back in a mo. If you happen to have sound commands like Peter does, please entertain the chat with sounds. And if you want to be awesome, put a beer in the chat. Let's see how many beers we can get. Just type in the word beer. I'll be back in a couple minutes.
Cheese for everyone!
Why'd the game pause? Oh. Dingo is reverted to a wild state. Well, that's fine. Food has been et. I decided to just eat my food that way. It's good to be back. And as far as giving you tips, Hoagie, I can't do that unless I know what you know. So you can ask questions, but I'm not just going to give tips. Excellent. They're just accepting gifts. Did you die yet? I don't think anybody's died. So no, you did not die yet. You will eventually die of old age. And you know, I'm pretty sure that your mother learned her lesson after she chucked the last baby off the ledge, so. Sorry, Peter. Yeah, I mean, you were late the other day. It's your fault, not mine. Picture phone. What's up, dude? Out of curiosity, and I was kind of meaning to ask you this last night, but I was fucking exhausted. What is your history in games? Picture point. Because mine is like PC games and a lot of like strategy games. And because of that, a lot of kind of weird stuff. Your mother's an Olympic baby chucker? Yeah, it's, to be specific, chucked baby from here over this way. I think got startled by a buzzard, actually. And baby went splat a couple Z levels higher and crumpled into piles of gore. We'll need to make Peter 2 at some point, I think. I mean, something got aborted. Oh, wait, hold on. Squug's out of prison! Yay! He's been reckless after living an uncreative life for so long. Well, let's give you stone crafting and turn the manufacturing of stuff back on. And also you can have the position of sheriff returned to ye, as it was yours before you were put in prison for 350 days, or however many days it was. I think it was actually 250 something. Then I got a real job and got my PC, so I've only recently discovered the wonderful world of PC gaming. I like how you went from consoles to like the most niche game. Hello, Jack Nurick. How's your handsome young boy? Your handsome young boy is 12 years old. He's a little angry, dwelling upon being forced to endure the decay of his father. My bad. He's doing aight. He's truly fulfilled by assisting those in need. He's playing with a toy mudstone mini forge. What the fuck? Yeah, well, yeah. So I had 2 dwarves, right, that were in prison, that were gonna die of thirst. And so I was like, well, I could let them out of prison, and if they don't get the shit kicked out of them enough that they go unconscious, then they can go drink alcohol. So, because I didn't have a well set up, and it was winter, and everything was frozen. No, they become adults at 13? Question mark? I might be wrong. I'm like 99% certain I'm right, though. So I let them out early, and they got their faces kicked in so bad that they both went unconscious. And so Zapdos and Psychon unfortunately perished in the living room. I'm sorry. I feel kind of bad. I must follow the tradition of baby hucking. Both your parents? No, just one of them? Yeah, no, Eripterus is still alive. Eripterus is kind of a hero. Feels kind of bad, man. Welcome to Dwarf Fortress. You think Dwarf Fortress is your favorite game ever? You know, it's funny, because whenever, like, people ask me, they're like, what's your... Actually, chat, what is your favorite game ever? Because when people ask me this question, it's always a... Well, it's Tetris. My favorite game of all time is Tetris. Probably Game Boy Tetris, because that's the one I've played the most. But currently, it's Tetris Effect. And then it's, like, followed by Portal 1. And then Inside. That is pretty basic, Dawn of Minstrel, but I respect it. It's probably been delayed by now. What? It really is. It's like my favorite game is not Dwarf Fortress. Dwarf Fortress is the most game that I like. But I wouldn't say it is my favorite. Because favorite is really kind of a hard question. I have played Stanley Parable, yeah. I made it like 7 or 8 hours into Stanley Parable and kind of stopped. I'd had enough. But I enjoyed it. I certainly enjoyed it.
Are you man enough for all this fucking tea?
I've answered this question for you before, and the answer is no, I'm not man enough for all this fucking tea. Although if I buy a kilogram of tea, maybe. Yeah, I found a local tea wholesaler. They have a website, and they're close enough to me that I could go do pickups instead of having to wait for shipping. And they have good quality tea, and I could buy 500 grams, 1 kilo, 5 kilos, 10 kilos, or 15 kilos of my favorite tea. I'm kind of tempted to buy a kilo of my favorite tea. It's like 120 bucks for a kilo, which is actually kind of a good price. It's a hell of a lot cheaper than I used to pay at Tavania for it. Good God, that dwarf is fast. Look at Lump move. Look at how fast this dwarf is, okay? Runs over here, makes a figurine, runs off, grabs another rock, comes back. Boom, done. Just buy a giant sack. Can I, like, screenshot that? Just out, no context. Just fuck it. Buy a giant sack. What? Because, yes, fuck it. Buy a giant sack. All right, dwarves, let's give you guys a break. Squug, is we doing better? I'm worried about Squug. He did spend like 300 days in prison. But he's praying, and that's helping. Attilo. I get it. It's a little bit bigger than it was before. He indeed repents from his crimes, of which I don't consider to be crimes. Make amulets. All right, boss. I need to dump all my amulets again. Also, I am intentionally kind of making the game harder by not using a manager. That's kind of the only reason. I might at some point snap and start using a manager, but... Child, Morden, is also depressed. We got 2 depressed children. The problem is they aren't getting clothing fast enough. That's literally the issue. So, what? What do you mean, where do you normally put your britches? I mean, it's just outside right now. I've worked out something is wrong. The bot is favoring you today. But Ocarina of Time, that's a fair one. Stanley Parable. Final Fantasy VII. You know, I have, I think, kind of 2 different lists for favorite games of all time whenever people ask me favorite game of all time. Because I can actually answer that question. But when it comes to favorite song of all time or favorite band of all time, I can't do that. That changes week to week. But I have 2 lists for favorite games of all time. Games I've played the most, and then my favorite games. Because ironically, the games I've played the most does not necessarily equal favorite games. Need to get some more tea. Cooler always needs to get some more tea. Here's the thing. I don't have many movies I can rewatch. Why would I laugh at that? If I were to make a list of favorite bands ever, I'd probably put Mariana's Trench somewhere in the top 25. Not saying Mariana's Trench is a good band. I just like them. Ooh, you just threw a bin. That is a pissy child. Christ. Are you gonna go punch somebody important again? Nope. I'm just gonna go attend a meeting. No disorderly conduct charges, eh? Okay. I would think that chucking a bin is vandalism. I read that as going to stare. I was like, what are you going to go stare at? Have a safe trip to the store, Bastet. What band have I listened to the most? Probably Iron Maiden. Like, if I were to think of, like, what's the band I've spent the most hours of my life listening to? Probably Iron Maiden. It'd probably either be Iron Maiden or... Iron Maiden or Pendulum. Probably, actually. Disturbed is probably up there. Would I put Disturbed in my top 25 favorite bands of all time? Maybe. Actually, it's probably a pretty close tie between Disturbed, System of a Down, and Iron Maiden. That's all open space, yeah. Here, let me zoom out. This is the top of the base. And it's one real big hole. I dug a big hole. And that's why there's so much rock at bottom. Which is why I'm making 10 billion figurines a minute. Yes, it is a giant pit with a natural aqueduct flowing through it. And a tower in the middle. And we're starting to build buildings down at the bottom. But I'm giving them a break because they keep getting rained on and they're whining about it. Have I ever listened to King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard? Have I? No, I never heard of them. What are you talking about? I mean, the goal for this fort is to keep it alive for 1,000 years, right? So I need big projects. What's the point of keeping a fort alive for 1,000 years if you're not ambitious about it? Yeah, I'll do it. No, I really like King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard. Squug actually was the person who convinced me to listen to King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard. Again, I wouldn't put them in my favorite, like, top 10 list if I were to make one, which would be impossible. But they're certainly up there. Yeah. Oh, I would have done that. I almost flew to Toronto, but I was told by my boss that I would lose my job if I flew to Toronto for 72 hours. On short notice, because a friend of mine sent me an email, because this was back in like 2009 when I used email actively to communicate with friends. Maybe it was a message on Facebook. I actually can't remember. And a friend of mine from Toronto, and he literally said, I have tickets to see System of a Down. My brother's sick and can't go. The show is tomorrow. If you fly here, you can sleep at my place, and you can go see System of a Down. And I said, let me call my manager. Tickets were $500 to fly there and back that last minute. And I didn't do it. Because my manager literally said, or my boss literally said that she would fire me if I did it. What was that? Raramatharu, a bowman, is visiting. I haven't seen that name before. Manitharu. Manitharu. Make a large room that serves no purpose. I will probably have a lot of those. I'm just going to start constructing buildings at the bottom of that. We'll find uses for them in the future, I'm sure. Don't let the lava spill. I'll do my best, Don. You have a good night's sleep. That's the name. Highlighted. You return with tea. Welcome back with tea. Cooler, when are you going to make a Patreon called Cooler's Tea Fund? And have every single goal be Cooler's More Tea Fund. Buy Cooler more tea. Purchase Cooler more tea so he can continue to tea. I really like that emote. That's a good emote. Friday Pog. It's a cute emote. You also had a banana? That's good. This fortress needs frame rate. And so if I do things like making water features that use frame rate, we're gonna have problems. So, on one hand, I completely agree. On the other hand, I'm gonna have to disagree. Okay, let's see if this dingo makes it. I'd like to tame some dingoes. So first off, I need some dingoes. Yes. Water is indeed very intense on FPS. It's why the dwarf cap is so low, and it's why we're being very careful. This is literally the save the frames fort. And best of luck with the housework. Yeah. Starts and ends with Rue. Yeah, you're right. Gives it a nice ring to it, I guess. Ooh. Ooh. Cooler finished a drawing for me. Corridor Rustic Maroon. Can I just pretend that it's Corridor Rustic Moron? Because that's how I read it the first time, before I read it out loud. I much prefer Corridor Rustic Moron. Much prefer. Do, 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 do. Rude? Yeah, but... Eh? That's what dwarves call them behind their back. Rustic tall. I actually wonder how much cloth I have, because I've just been kind of processing plants on repeat for a while. That's cheese, not cloth. Good amount. Also have quite a bit of wool cloth. Never enough cloth. This one time I had 17,000 cloth because I just kind of had dwarves collecting webs for 150 years. Oh, that's a problem. Didn't even realize that was canceled. You want 3 more amulets. Of course you do. Of course you do. Kaljarorber? Probably got eaten by a troll. Giant cave spider silk farm. I wonder if we can ever get one sent, like if one delivered or something. Like if the elves could bring us a tame giant cave spider or something else of the sort. Harrowed by the nightmare that is his tragic life. What a whiny child. I mean, I've certainly bought them from traders before. I've certainly bought them. I don't know, in this case. Okay, don't kill the dingo. Don't be a dingo and don't kill the dingo. We're friends with that dingo streamer. Assuming you can actually find kobolds on the map. Speaking of the map, I should check. See if there's anything new going up. Because the elves are actually giving me news now, which is nice. Oh, shit. These goblins have spread. These were only 2 goblin pits previously. Now they're, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 goblin pits. This one now has another goblin pit up here, kind of on the coast. This one's also spread a bunch. The dwarves, not so much. The dwarves are just invading the goblins down in the bottom. Humans are still this... Actually, nope. This town is new down here. That town's new. The new hamlet that has spawned. The elves seem to be spreading as well, because they were just 2 or 3 right about here, but these are all new up top. Why is that? This is basically a pocket world. In my experience, the small worlds go about the same as pocket. I wanted something that was like kind of interesting to actually watch, you know? I watched a stream once of somebody generating a pocket world and then in adventure mode, letting it run for about, I don't know, 2,000 years. And it was just like every single tile was a necromancer tower. And he just embarked as an adventurer and ran from necromancer tower into necromancer tower, stealing books and throwing them at zombies. It was pretty entertaining for about 5 minutes. It's just like, yep, we're fort. Ba-da-da-da-do. Yeah, no, I think buildings like this is gonna speed up speed up the getting rid of these blocks considerably. So I think we're gonna kind of put the figurines on pause for a little bit. Yeah, no, I personally, I did do some things with this world to keep the frame rate better, though. Number of sites is lowered, and number of factions is lowered. So we do have some tools in place to have better frame rate. So I think we'll be okay, because in my experience. And if I'm wrong, someone please correct me, but from what I've seen, worlds tend to generate faster if they're smaller. But once the game's actually running, it's about the same-ish, give or take. Also, how the heck would you find a kobold settlement on the map, Cooler? Aside from, like, going into adventure mode and discovering it, because... Is that even a thing? Also, something else I think is kind of interesting about this world is there's no temples or monasteries yet. No dice. Okay, I mean, well, I've seen kobold castles before, but... Or rather, I've seen kobolds capture castles. I've never seen just a kobold castle. But thank you very much for your detailed description, Cooler. It is helpful. Bum, 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 bum. Well, we gotta weave some more plant cloths. Because we're currently processing a lot of plants, but we're already on it. I'm still just waiting for big beast to spawn. How many artifacts? A lot of books. Yeah, books. Do we have any new ones? Classic interviews. That looks new. A rhinestone book. It concerns using personal interviews as sources. The prose is not awful, but not very good either. The study of animal diseases. That one I think is new. It's written by Animal. It concerns diseases of creatures. Not awful, but not very good either. Victory by interviews. We've read that one. Animal diets. Conversations after the end. Interpretations of interviews. Interviews, the definitive guide. Mountain home. And further musings. Unusual Anandar. RIP. Is it the dwarves? Is that one new? No, that one's old. Thoughts on Anandar? Yeah, those are old. I mean, not that many. Much more interested in the books, I guess. Which actually is doing pretty well, considering we've written all of our books ourselves. They're all written copies of our books and written books that we've written. Books that we've written and copies of books that we've written. English is difficult. I'll just delete the center. Yep, music from Endless Legend. It's one of my favorite soundtracks to listen to while playing DF. Sezzle. Also, hello. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, no, I kind of have like a rather large rotation of music that I listen to while streaming DF, and it includes all of the Endless games soundtracks, including Dungeon of the Endless. I think they all fit really well. I have hiccups. Trying to quell them. And hey, Sirlac. Sorry, I was responding to a Discord DM. I hope things is good. How was your trip to the store, Bastet? And welcome back. I know it's itchy. We're trying to build this, or get a little roof onto this little building that we're constructing here. I think that was the right one. Or was that diorite? That was diorite. Let's actually see how we're doing for boulders. And I got another mandate. Make more amulets. Hey, boss. Warm? Yeah, I gotcha. The weather's still super hot where you're at. Yeah, I heard it was really warm in that part of the world. Speaking of things being warm, apparently California is on fire again, which sucks. Bunch of people I know have had to like... Uh-oh. The game crashing or saving? I don't know. Neither, it seems. I'm not touching the game right now. It's just doing nothing. It's thinking about it. Let's see if I can get the game paused. All right. Should I save? Something is busted. I have a backup. I think it might be the top of this building. It's okay. It's coming back. I don't know what that was. But it seems to be coming back, whatever it was, so. I'm not too worried about that sort of thing. Yeah, it's fine now. Yeah, no idea what that was. I think it was just something trying to path onto something else, probably. We'll have to figure it out. I have a feeling we're going to have some frame rate hitches at this point while we're working on this kind of constructions down here. And once we get all these boulders gone, we'll stop having any issues. But how are we doing on stone? We're down to 12,000. We were at 19,000 at one point. Let's see. Yeah, we're below 6,000 mudstone now, which is good. Nice is at 6,190. I mean, I'll probably back up at the beginning of streams, right? Because that way, if I have a whole day fail, then I can just not put that day out on YouTube and just start over. The problem with backing up is then I'm tempted to skip out on just minor issues. Which I'd like to avoid doing. So. Yeah, once we're done with this, we're going to get the beds moved into the new bed spot. Once this building here is done. Well, I'm very happy to see you catch my stream this afternoon. When are you heading out for your long trip? So if I don't see you for a long time, I don't get worried. Tomorrow at 11 p.m.? Why heading out so late? Oh, okay. Are you just going to sleep all day, or? 20? Are you doing that in one sitting, the 22 hours? I feel sorry for your butt. I hope that you'll take short walk breaks. Going there is easy. Coming back when I need sleep. It's coming back when I need sleep for a night. Yeah. Fair enough. But be safe, yeah? All right, that's one high fucking ceiling for this building. So what should I use this building for? I could make it into a temple. Because I've got this really tall ceiling. Not even just being a good COVID citizen, just like drive safe, you know? New meeting hall? See, here's the thing. This was going to be the tavern, or this is what people wanted the tavern to be. This thing. Carved out of that. But I could totally make this into the new tavern / meeting hall. Or actually, I could just make it like a dining room. It doesn't even need to be a tavern. It's a lot of boulders. Yeah, well, we dug out a lot of rock, okay? There's like 7,000 brown ones and like just under 5,000, just under 6,000. Nice. Or maybe it's the other way around. I can't remember. And then we have 2,000 something iron ore. I mean, I guess we could make it into a meeting hall. Let's make statues on repeat for a little bit. And specify stone. Kind of just want to use all of the granite I have because I don't have much granite. Just get through all of the granite. We'll do that. How's Tapioca doing? Doing good. And Goats is also pretty happy so far. Also, Pablo, since you swung by, ideally, by the time you're back from your trip, this little lady, you're a dwarf, will be a middle-aged mom. But she's happy. She's 6. Grandmother, maybe, even by that point. Maybe even a triple great-grandmother. An extra great-grandmother. A slightly better than other grandmother's grandmother. Autumn has come. All growed up. Well, 6 isn't quite all growed up, but we'll get there. We'll certainly get there. Yeah, I agree with that, verifiably. How's the progress removing all the mudstone from existence? Great! And I'll have you know that your child is famous, Packers. In fact, we made a statue to prove just how famous your child is. On a date that I can't exactly remember, your dwarf is right here. Here's a masterful, nice statue of Packers created by Tapioca. It is a rendition of the haze, the Spear of Haze, an image of Packers, the dwarf, and Tapioca. Tapioca is cringing, and Packers is embracing Tapioca lovingly. And the image was commissioned by the Eternal Adventure, a local dwarven government. What actually happened is you punched his eyelid and made him bleed because you were a 2-year-old having a tantrum. So you ran into Tapioca's, who at the time was a baroness, and punched her in the eye. So we decided, because we couldn't make a statue of you punching her in the eye, we decided to make a statue of you embracing him, and then Tapioca made the statue, which is even better. And instead of punching her in the eye, you're embracing her, and we're calling it propaganda. Because you didn't get a prison sentence for it, which I think is hilarious. Yeah, you hugged him to bleeding. I mean, you didn't kill him, but you did hurt him. Stream's been pretty good. I don't envy you. I really hope that the mask mandate stuff gets easier because, goddamn, it's important, and it sucks how non-seriously a lot of people take it. I remember, does anybody remember that meme that was flying around, which is just Wearing your mask like this with your nose hanging over it is like the equivalent of wearing your pants like this, and it's somebody with their pants far enough down that their dong's hanging out. Did anybody remember? Did anybody see that meme? Because I feel that way. But yeah, I have no complaints about today's stream. We had some subs gifted earlier. Had a few new faces pop in. And staring at a welding torch. Yep. Pretty much. Pretty much. Squinting at the sun. Yep. Anyway. I'll just remind everybody of this Reddit post. From this fortress. Speaking of that, we haven't had a single mood. It's actually weird. Hey, bye. Thanks for the lurks. But yeah, stream's been going well. And I hope that aside from that annoyance, I hope work has been easier. Or closer to normal even. Yay, the dwarves spawned somewhere smart this time. Which means it's time to bring all of the crafts. Actually, before I do that, let's go to stocks and go to amulets.
Best number.
Well, I mean, next month you get a new hat. You get the 2-year hat. Thank you very much for keeping that sub alive for 23 months. It's a long fucking time. And thanks for continuing to come around the stream from time to time, Caldris. Good to see you. Hope you've been well. Yeah, you get upgraded to a new hat. Chat, can I please get a big round of beers for Caldris? If you don't know how to do that, just type in the word beer. Or the beer emote. My bot will post beer. Thank you, everybody. For some reason, they've stopped using the storage bins, which is actually a little bit frustrating. They're supposed to be storing those in bins, but for some reason they're not, so... I am your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. There is much to share. We have updated your maps, and I hear that you are under a tree-cutting mandate from the elves. As are we. It's unfortunate to hear, but inevitable. What requests do you have of our merchants? Probably more spoder silk. And leather. With the 2Ds and a double dose of pimpin'? No, more like a Russian hat. So I don't know if it's necessarily a 2 double Ds and a double dose of pimpin', but certainly hammer and sickle and fur for good measure. I think that's probably it. We have finalized the import agreement. Let's discuss what we are willing to offer you for your craftsmanship ship. We have finalized the export agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. I look forward to our meeting next year. Tapioca. Great Countess of the Mountain Homes. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Ba-da-bum-bum-bum-bum. So how you been, Galders? How you been holding up? It's starting to feel like fall, and I like it. Yes, we are official land of the realm. We have a countess in the fort. It's a pain in the butt. I'm not allowed to trade amulets, which is why we're only making figurines of my countess, which is fine. The problem was we did trade a bunch of amulets, and so everybody in the fort got 300-day prison sentences, which were carried out in the form of beatings. Which is why we have a statue of Squug torturing everybody. You heard about that? Wait, did you hear me talking about that, or? No, that's not how you died. No. Wait, your dad? Yeah, oh yeah, no, your dad, yes. Yes, that's how Zapdos died. Probably not that important. Yeah, you think. Yep. Zapdos and Psychon both died. Both were fathers. One an illegitimate one, and then the other one a legitimate one. So Eripterus's husband died, and Axon's lover? Yeah. I thought you just ended a mandate. What? Ended a mandate, yet you still demanding him. What? Make up your friggin' mind, eh? Ah, okay. Gotcha. I was just impressed that word of mouth had spread that quickly. I was like, I'm not that famous. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, is Tony Hawk's Pro Skater out? Oh, no shit, eh? I know that's a weird sentence to say in 2020. I'm trying to figure out if it's out, but searching the Epic Game Store is horrendous, so I'm just gonna do this later. Yeah, but then my sheriff will just go beat the shit out of everybody, and everybody will get mad that criminals are being left without being brought to justice. It sounds like a really good idea to just ignore it, but then you just ignore it, and then all the dwarves get mad at you for just ignoring it, so you kind of have to deal with it. Unfortunately, verifiably. Tis the way of things. We have to bend to their every whim. I think we should buy a cat. I don't think we have any cats in the fort right now. We had cats, but they unfortunately died of old age. Sure. Why? No, we won't buy that. We'll buy that, though. Law valuing dwarves, am I right? Who listens to the law? Just don't mind me buying all the clothing. You know, I wish. Or actually, I hope in the future we get more mechanics like that. Where, like, you'll get a Countess and then you'll just have enough unions in your fort that, like, the workers are just like, no, we must produce this. Like, imagine if, as a people, your dwarves decide that something needs to be produced and sold. Like, imagine, like, you have, like, a union of dwarves in your fortress, and your dwarves just kind of decide as a unit that they want to produce and sell this thing, and you just kind of have to do it. Like, you joke, but you think that, nobles are annoying. The leader of guilds, can they request items? I think they can request items to be put in the guild hall, but I don't think they can mandate the construction of an item, can they? If they can, that's news to me and I was unaware. Yeah, no, you have to trade it for a good amount of stuff. Oh god, that would be horrible. Back in the days before time. But yeah, no, I don't know too much about what guilds can do. Ironically, like, because we have such a... Whoa, did somebody die? My population dropped by 1. Oh. Packers has been found dead, dehydrated. Died of depression. I'm so sorry. Sort of. You are famous. You were the only dwarf brave enough to hug royalty. It was inevitable. Literally, the reason you died of depression was because a sock rotted off your body. Rather than just getting upset or unhappy. I mean, it would be. But the thing with straight up political beliefs, like if they name them political beliefs, I don't want to read the forum posts about that. On the other hand, though, I do kind of want that, you know? Like, I want them to have that, but I want that to be, like, a vague thing. Harsh but fair response. Becoming depressed to having a sock rotting off your body? I mean, yeah, I mean, I would too. I would totally refuse to eat and starve myself to death if a sock fell off my body. Ironically, I'm pretty sure that I've had that happen to me before. Goodbye, merchants. Enjoy those figurines. Thank you very much for visiting the souvenir shop. Yeah, I'm confused. Which meaning of cast are you using? Yeah, I have no idea what this room is going to become. We'll figure it out when we get there. For this colony? I mean, we kind of just need to do everything in this colony. Like, realistically, that's what we need to do, is we need to do everything. Uh-oh. Board guy's depressed. You want to practice some martial art? Are you... Yeah, you're in the... Wait, what? Yeah, we should make the squads train. Been doing too much construction. Oh, okay. I mean, maybe? I don't know. I feel like that could totally fuck a fort. But you kind of already have stuff like that. A position for your legendary artisans. How does that work? You mean just like a custom goal type deal? You were confused by something else? I know that guilds can request nicer guilds. Like, they can ask, like, if a guild grows to a certain size, they can ask that their guild hall be made nicer. All right, we now have a cat again in the fort, which will be nice. Help deal with the slugs problem. Oh, okay. Wait, is this... Because I know that you can make custom positions, right? Like if you can give them a custom profession name. But like... Is that what you're talking about? And then you just like... go with it, or have you like modded the game so that you can do more than just name them? Noble screen positions. You can make custom positions in this screen? What? I'm confused. I'm not... Really? Oh, like, is this like within the... I know, explain, I'm curious. I don't know how this works. Yeah, that's what I'm asking. Like, is this like something you do outside the game to then make it work in the game? Or is that... Something you can do from within the game. Because if it's something you can do from within the game, I just learned something. Regardless, it's neat. Whoa! Okay. I get you. I don't know if I want more nobles. I'm just gonna say that. I don't know if I want more nobles. Let's see. Yes, it's a mod. That answers my question. Yeah. Position artisan. That's interesting. Sounds kind of like a neat little mod. Is that your appointing? It sounds like fun, actually. If that's even possible, you never tried. I've had dwarves get mad, actually. Appointing them as like hammerer or sheriff or something. I've had them get upset that they had their task revoked. I've seen the little moodlet pop up, yeah. It doesn't seem to be particularly major, though. If they, like, if it happens, it seems to be very minor. Yeah, like if they seek a position of power, they can get the debuff. There's a few ways they can get the debuff. Oh god. Forbid those. Not the boulders. Stepping on the throats of the common dwarf, as you should. As a good capitalistic dwarf should. It's just like Anno 1800. Hey, spaceship rat. The pit is looking pitty, to the point where actually I've had to give my dwarves a bit of a break. But we've actually started constructing buildings in the pit. That's our first one. It's very bouldery right now. We're working on it. As you can see, there is a noticeable patch in the middle where there is less boulder. I don't think I've ever had multiple barons. I once had a baron and a king. I've never had multiple barons. Would be upset at losing a powerful job. Yeah, that would make sense. I've also seen those dwarves then become accepting of it, which is kind of neat. And why, thank you, Rat. We're on year 25, for anybody who's wondering. So we're on year 20. Getting close to year 26. Which is already, based on my research, longer than most forts last. I did a couple Google searches and read some old forum threads in the Bay 12 Games forums. And Reddit and a few other places. And looked at a couple Let's Plays. And the gist that I get is most forts and runs in Dwarf Fort end at about the 15-year mark. Usually. But that's just from my searching. I may be incorrect. Is Stone 2 a man yet? No, I think next year? Well, maybe you are. Oh, there you are. You're a planter. He is disillusioned after being forced to endure the decay of a sibling. Oh, did I not bury your body? Ah, shit. I thought I already did that. Five to 7 years. Goats has become a child and is immediately dying of depression. I've got this problem with depressed children, chat. And I think it might be, you know, fuck it. I'm appointing a manager. I'm going to give it to Squug as a side gig. If I can even find you. Literally, the reason I've got this problem with depressed children is because of clothing. It's really hard to manage clothing without a manager. They have adamantine toys? Yeah, I haven't even gone down to the caverns yet. Probably won't for a few hundred years. Hey, Nervicious. What's up? How's things? But they do have rock toys. No, I know why they're going insane. It's literally because of clothing. It is very rather unlikely. It's so unlikely, in fact, we didn't answer the question. Got 70 pigtail cloth, that's plenty. Well, you're satisfied upon improving organization, so that's good. But I don't think that was... I'm getting the feeling that that was a sarcastic question. Do they have adamantine toys? Yes. All of the adamantine toys. It's not orthoclase. Wait, no. It's not cobaltite? What's the... microline that looks the same. That's it. Microcline. That's tough. Aw, I mean, I hope not. Speaking of disappearing, I wonder if that coffin's in place yet. There's a tantruming child in the stairwell. Euryptus is doing all the work. So once a year, I'll make 10 of everything, basically. Additional children are indeed relatively produced. I mean, their factory line is quite efficient, in fact. But that being said, it resets the progress every single time. So it's like trying to make something load faster by closing the loading bar. You know, you just got to let it finish loading so they become useful, like stone 2. Planter. Who apparently feels pleasure after putting on an exceptional item, and interested after watching a performance, and fondness after talking with a friend, and felt love remembering talking with mother. Aww. You know what's hopefully not going to be a problem in this fortress going forward is dwarves having family around. Speaking of, what skills do you have? You just have farming and related. All right, let's give you hauling, the standard dwarf jobs. But what do you like? You dream of creating a great work of art. You like bismuth, bronze, star ruby, creeping eye tooth, pigtail fabric. Let's make you into a weaver. That can be your craft. You can be one of our weavers. A weaver. Stone 2, stone harder. And screw, let's move you over to stone crafting. Which will give stone his profession of weaving. Ba-da-ba-da-bum-bum, ba-da-da-da-dum-dum, ba-da-da-da-dum-bum. I have a question. If I build walls and put a roof on it with mud in it, if it's technically above ground, can I grow mushrooms in it? Or no? So I want to say the answer is no. Does anybody know? No, you can't. Okay, so that counts as above ground. That's what I thought. Means I'm gonna need to do 2 farms. This means Stone gets to work with his mother. Stone's working on the construction or Stone's working on making the fabric out of pigtail, and his mother gets to sew the clothing. Yeah, I was just asking if it counts as outside, but yes, as I thought. That's what I thought the answer was, but figured I'd ask. How's things, Scotty? How you doing? How you been? How you holding up? Rainy? Starting to feel like fall over here. Because he got pranked by a sibling, thought? Well, he was forced to endure the decay of a sibling. Jack Nurick, too, has become a peasant. Good work, Jack Nurick, too. What do you like and what job can we give you? Feels pleasure remembering putting on an exceptional item. You need new gloves. So do you, actually. Ah, I gotcha. So Jack Nurick 2 is still playing make-believe. You like dacite, nickel, shell opal, porcupine tooth, rummy fabric, cotton paper, grates, and eagles for their high-soaring, and custard apple trees for their fruit. Dreams of raising a family. I think we will give you clothes making leatherworking, the normal stuff, and stoneworking, masonry. So you're going to assist with those cloth trousers. They'll speed up clothing production a little bit. Why is Euthyrus just standing there? What are you trying to do? Oh, you're probably cleaning. Yeah, probably cleaning. Just went and got an exceptional item. High quality pigtail sock. Would you look at that? You need pants. He's got a vest, a shirt, a glove, and 2 socks. I guess he has a cloak, sure, but gloves are made in pairs, yeah. Did I lose my leatherworker? Oh, my leatherworker is training. That would be it. Hobo, you can be, you can have a leatherworking gig. There you go. I love that all the kids are just outside vomiting. Enough training on the military. And mugs and goblets are made in 3s, I think. But yeah, Scotty, it's been good over here. We've been hanging out, chilling, relaxing. Also, Scotty, I'm working on a sound command, which is going to be available in bits and to high-tier subscribers. But it requires audience assistance, and this actually just goes out to anybody who's watching. Currently, it sounds like this.
Whoa, dude, fuck yeah.
Eh?
Whoa, dude, fuck yeah, dude. That's fucking sick. Hell yeah. Woo!
So if you want your voice to be part of that nightmare, I want to add more voices on. I want it to sound like a crowd of people. Currently, there's 5 in there. I will also be adding myself in there. So if you would like to be part of that, send me a 3 to 8 second long clip of you cheering or saying like, yeah, or something to that equivalent level. Clapping also works. Yeah. I might also put like, I don't know, cheering in the background sounds as well. We'll see. All right. Let's just finish up the leather stuff. We powered through all of our cloth. Just because, I don't know, I think that would be fun. Damn crazy kids and their fads like having clothing. Group projectile vomiting. No, like, they're literally like, I wonder, okay, has any vomit made it to the bottom? No, but there is some, actually, what is that? No, it's maple leaves, okay. Can I just complain for a second that we can't? Can I just complain for a second that it kind of sucks that we can't make maple syrup in Dwarf Fort? You know, like just get them to go with a bucket to a tree and harvest sap. And if they happen to be maples, then you get maple syrup. And they can cook it. I want to have finely minced maple syrup biscuits. Who doesn't want finely minced maple syrup biscuits? Right, berries? I mean, you don't necessarily need dwarf pancakes, but what about finely minced or superiorly minced maple syrup biscuits? I mean, it's literally something dwarves could do so easily, Clutch. Man, it's got to just be my Canadian talking, but like, come on, like it would be, so it makes perfect sense. I mean, the pancakes part, like, yeah, no, that's not gonna happen. But like, biscuits and maple syrup, come on now. I mean, we literally have all of the tools in the game already to make maple syrup. The game just doesn't let us make maple syrup. Ooh, maple syrup wine. Maple syrup beer. Ooh. Ooh. Maybe just make a thing and call it Dwarven candy. How's my children's? Are they doing all right-ish yet with the clothings? Well, at least you have a new vest and a new cloak. Anything I can make into fabric? Not really. Well, I don't need as much plump helmets, right? So I think I'll just plant pigtails every time of year that pigtails are available. Look at those vampires. Those dwarves are vampires. Those polar trees. I don't know. That wouldn't require cutting down trees, and they don't seem to mind the act of harvesting fruit off of trees. I don't think the elves would mind. How long will it be before there's pumpkin spice everything? You know, I understand your point, but I disagree, because you're not by default a blonde white trash lady in Starbucks if you like maple syrup. You're just a good person. But also, yes, a grim thought. That is indeed a grim thought. Here's the thing. I don't mind pumpkin spice. I like it. Like, I like pumpkin pie. And pumpkin spice, I know they call it pumpkin spice, but let's be honest. It's literally just pumpkin pie flavoring. So, you're a good person, eh? Yeah. So, like, I kind of have nothing against pumpkin spice. I think it's overblown. I think it's not as good as people say it is. But it has its plays. Yes, it is a S+ tier pie alongside of lemon meringue and just above pecan pie. Pumpkin spice is overdone, but it's a good flavoring. It's just like kale. It's been marketed to death. Kale is a lovely garnish, and it's good when cooked, but don't make a salad out of nothing but kale, for the love of Christ. Even if you're not religious, don't do it. Here's the thing. I also wouldn't add pumpkin pie to my coffee, but I'm totally okay with adding pumpkin pie to my coffee-flavored milkshake, which is what those things that people call coffee are. It is indeed a monstrosity of institution. I completely agree with you. It's got the same problem Disney has. Interrupted by buzzard. Cannot weave cloth. I like how this adult dwarf is blissful, sleeping in a very good bedroom, and within the last season he felt enjoyment, remembering playing with a mini forge. So, you know, I think the dwarves have done a lot of work the last few seasons. So until spring, we're going to just have no new jobs active. And everybody's just going to kind of relax. So jobs that are already getting worked on can continue getting worked on, but they're going to just more than anything relax for a little bit. You're lucky. You are indeed lucky. Damn. October's my favorite month of the year. Halloween is my favorite holiday of the year. And that's pretty much that. Not much more to say outside from that. Also, chat, I need ideas. What do I make this building into? I got some chairs, some tables, and some statues. It's kind of like an even tie right now between a guild hall, a library, or a tavern / meeting hall. A library? Yeah, we could just put a few rows of bookshelves up. Punishment dome? I mean, I will definitely forward that request, Clutch, to upper management, but currently I have a barracks, actually. It's right here. This is the barracks. The top of this tower. No one's been punched through the wall and gone splat yet, too. So have like a celebration tavern that is inactive most of the year? Maybe once... That's not a bad idea. Maybe we can use the first floor of the building, because that is a 2-floor building, right? But I do like that idea, yeah. Did he fix that? I don't know. I don't trust it. Generally, Tarn will say he fixes something, which usually means it happens significantly less often. I mean, we can't have Christmas. Come on. Christmas isn't a thing for dwarves. This isn't Earth. We ain't celebrating human holidays. That's for humans. And Cassiopeia has given birth to a girl. How adorable. Who would like to be at tier? Raise your hand in chat if you'd like to be the newest addition to the Furt. Dragon Man would be your older sister. Beardmas? Beardmas? Clutch! We have indeed achieved the day off. There will be another round for day off. Starting on Sunday, which is when the next stream will be after today. Although, technically, there will be a stream tomorrow. Because tomorrow is Friday, and on Fridays now, I'm playing board games with my team. We're going to be playing Uno. It's going to be called Halcyon After Dark. It's going to be on Evil Tricks channel. It's going to start at noon Pacific and go for about 2 hours. She is a daughter of Cassiopeia and Eutherus, and was born today, which makes her very young indeed. Her eyebrows are high and her teeth are gaped. Her nose is narrow and she is average in size. Her hair is extremely dense and her long hair is neatly combed, and her head is somewhat short. She personally does not particularly value the truth, and doesn't think one way or another about leisure time and dreams of creating a grand work of art. The problem with meeting halls is most of the time when you make just a meeting hall, they don't use it. Or they do, but what it does is you'll have some dwarves that'll go to socialize in the meeting hall and some that will go to the tavern to socialize. So if you actually try and use it, they don't really use it, if that makes sense. All it really does is split them, and then they don't get as many friends, and you really want them to have friends. She does not enjoy participating in physical confrontations, and she works to square this natural tendency with her respective martial prowess. She is often dejected and she is often nervous. She isn't particularly curious about the world, and she tends to make a small mess with her own possessions. She enjoys the company of others, and she doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges. She lives a fast-paced life, and she often feels envious of others. She sometimes acts with little determination and confidence, and she does not go out of her way to help others. She is moved by art and natural beauty, and she is troubled by this since she dislikes the natural world. She is pleased by her own appearance and talents, and she is quite ambitious, and needs alcohol to get through the working day. It's gonna be nice. So that's awesome, actually, Vlog. But yeah, that's kind of the problem with like extra meeting halls and stuff. Is like, yes, you can do it, and yes, it does work, but it doesn't help as much as you'd want it to. So I think before we start making extra rooms, hey, Screw, are you headed to bed? Before we start making extra rooms, let's just move the library down there, I think. Yay, we did make it. And the fort's not dead, which is also good. You know, I think that this is going to start to feel possible when we hit 100 years. Or 105 years. Once we're 10% of the way done, this is going to start to feel possible. Was it in danger of dying? Everybody got a prison sentence. Which is pretty bad. But we made it out. Traded a lot of amulets when Baron said no. Oh shit, they're dancing in a circle. That's new. I'm gonna make 2 looms.
This is madness! Madness.
Yeet. Although I got very drunk yesterday, work was eternal, nap is God. I hope the hangover has gone away. Glad you made it though, Hobo. Also F1 again this weekend. Also, Hobo, are you at all planning to watch the Stage It show with Devin Townsend? Because I know me and Ryan are. What am I planning to do with temples? The main plan for temples was to fill this tower up with them. The problem is, and currently that they're worshiping down here on the bottom level, because it's just anything goes as for right now. The problem is there's only 3 gods that anybody in this fortress worships. My faction has 6, but they all have 0 worshippers. Wasn't really planning on it. Saturday. I posted a thing about it in music. I think it's $20 for tickets. It's an 85-minute show that's going to be streamed. So, and it's going to be live. But yeah, that's what I'm going to be doing with my, oh, doubt, fair enough. Yeah, that's what I'll be doing with my Saturday, is watching that. A gem window toppled. Morden. Which one did you topple? Yeah, I don't know which one you toppled. Poor depressed child. That's you at work currently? Can I share this on stream? It's your call. That's a lot of rain. This is Scotty's work currently. It's raining a little bit. Hey man, at least it means it's slow day at work, you know? Not many people are going to be golfing in that. Was busy until the storm hit. Now's where you take a nap under the bar, right? Or actually, is everybody just inside now asking for drinks? I don't know how that works. I needed 10 more cloth trousers and cloth mitten 10. I don't know if that'll be enough, but we'll try. Our bar is COVID closed. Good to know. Good to know. That's funny. Partial refunds, eh? I don't think you wouldn't do that, would you? That seems kind of silly. I mean, California could use some of that rain. You guys should share, frankly. Do I have any crate worshippers to the deity? Can you create your worshippers to the deity? See, we tried a fort like that called the Spike of Zealots, Draxidir. It was very unsuccessful. Very unsuccessful. So, my theory is that I don't... Actually, no, my theory is I have no fucking idea how any religion stuff works in DF. Or even if it works. Oh, really? Part of golf? Huh. Interesting. Today, I know like nothing about golf, but you know that I know nothing about golf. I've been to a driving range before. That's my knowledge of golf. All right. Bed 40. Actually, you know what? Instead of doing that, remove that order. Let's remove every bed down here because we're going to give them all new bedrooms. It's an important year in the fort, frankly. Sucks to be the dwarf that had to live in the bedroom that never actually got any furniture. There they all go. Of course, golf is played with Wii Sports. You know, you joke, but video games are basically all of my knowledge of golf. Now, this will help a lot with Framerate because they're going to be pathing down here a lot more for stuff. It's also going to help with cave adaptation because they won't be able to go from beds to Tavern without going outside. And we're going to need to assign every bed. It's actually going to take a little bit. Stop now, poured for an hour. Sounds kind of lovely. I love those downpours. I've talked about this before, but I very much miss the torrential rain from the area that I grew up. The area that I grew up was much higher elevation than where I live now. And like 6 months of the year would just be nonstop downpour for weeks on end, months on end at times. Like, I remember I once counted, it rained 116 days in a row. I remember that year. It's 2006. But it's funny, because, like, where I live now is, like, a 30-minute drive. And it'll be dry most of the winter. Morden is throwing a tantrum. Please don't push anybody off the edge. Whatever you do, child, please don't push anybody off the edge. Morden has a vandalism charge. I wonder what... No sentence. But noted on his account. Oh, I know what you broke. All right, I need more beds. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Bed 9. All right, let's assign these. Hops. Squawk already has one. Padinsky already has one. Axon has one. That's the two of them. I probably won't need all of these beds to be filled, but I kind of just want them all to be. In case they need to be. Board Guy was technically the first dwarf to actually mature in this fort. But his parents brought him here, so that doesn't quite count. That's the goal. Oboe. Still single, unfortunately. Insati. So last night, when I was getting ready for bed, I hear this swearing outside and really loud screaming and shouting. There was this guy that had 3 bicycles, 2 bags, like big suitcases, and 2 backpacks. One of them a big old backpacking backpack. Someone who was living on the street, who was charging his phone right next to my neighbor's apartment. My neighbor's a bit of a hothead. He's a nice guy, but a bit of a hothead. And, he was just like fucking screaming at this guy that he was going to call the cops. I'm just kind of like peeking my head outside. There was somebody in the smoking area. I was like, is that really a fight worth fighting? Kind of just felt bad for the guy. Did your dwarf become an adult? Yes, you are an adult. You are working with your mother in clothing, actually. I kind of figured it was fitting, and you liked fabrics, so it just kind of worked out that way. Yes. Not the first adolescent dwarf to mature in Longdeath, but the first dwarf born in Longdeath. Yeah, it seemed fitting. Jackneck. Seemed fitting. And now we're assigning all the beds. To all of the new dwarves. Well, not all the new dwarves, but to all of our dwarves because we've moved all the beds into the pit from where they were before. And that's everybody. Everybody has a bedroom. Content after sleeping in a very good bedroom. I was gonna say, you didn't ask for a new command, did you, Squag? But I forgot about? If you did, I feel bad. But hey, man. No? Okay, good. Sometimes I forget. Oh yeah, we added a new command, Kobold. Cobalt is new. Why the hell would you want a command like that? I don't know, you mentioned a little while ago.
Fucking donkey!
You mentioned a little while ago that you had an idea for a new one, so I wasn't sure if you'd asked for one, and I forgot. That's all. Making sure. An elven diplomat has shown up carrying a pitchblade lular. I like that they show up with like the peace offering of music. Not you ever? No? Okay. I mean, not accusing you of anything. Do they actually wear a skirt? Trousers. A dress. Trousers and a dress. And they're carrying a pitchblade lular. Could you imagine having to navigate all of these godforsaken piles of stuff? I don't even want to think about it. I mean, yeah, there's a visible dent. With a U, not an I. Lular. Or here. Actually find that damned elf. It's the most common instrument. That. A lular. 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 Lulum. Lila. Blah, 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 blah. Words. We have like 4 in the fortress that my dwarves play. Seems to be the instrument of choice. Greetings! From the woodlands, we have much to discuss. We elves are partial to the particular trees in these forests. We thank you for keeping to the minimum last year, but can we agree for the coming years? We can part from 132 trees this year, Butcher. Let's discuss our current state of agreements. There is much to share. We shall update your maps so our fortresses are spreading. Well, our encampments, our towns, our... whatever. Although we do not always see eye to eye, short stuffs. I bid ye farewell. May you someday embrace nature as you embrace the rocks and mud. What are you trying to say about our mudstone? That's all we got. We're making do. Rude. It is a stringed instrument. Yeah. It's basically like it's like a guitar with a glass neck and a ceramic body. And it's picked with a thick ceramic pick. It doesn't say how many strings it has. I don't think. Man, I once killed an elf for calling me short. Yeah. Calm down, bomb wreck. The strings are made of metal. I actually made one once. I mean, they can take over fortresses, but yes. I love how many crowns. It's like amulet, crown, ring, amulet, amulet, earring, amulet, ring, earring, sock, hood, crown, glove, mitten, amulet, cloak, shoe, amulet, trousers, mudstone. You know, let's cancel that. We've made enough figurines, I think. This will allow me to keep better track of how many we've made. I think most often instruments things are made out of metal in DF. Looks like my dwarves are back to pondering belief. Yep, Spitalier dropped 5 earlier today. It was very kind of him. 300 bits and 5 gift subs. Spitalier has kind of single-handedly helped fund a lot of upgrades for my stream. Around New Year's last year. Thanks to Spitalier's kindness, I was able to get the mixer that I use, which can be seen in this screen, and this microphone. I'm extremely thankful for. Might as well just put Spitalier's name on the damn thing. Tapioca, do you know what you did? Are you aware of the atrocities that you have committed in this fortress? Because first off, you became a baron. And now you're not just a baron. You're a countess. And you want to know what you demanded? You demanded we produce amulets. And we produced amulets. Many amulets, in fact. And then you said that I needed to make more. And we were making them. And some stone? And you didn't say that amulets export was banned. It wasn't underneath your name, so we traded a bunch of amulets. And then you gave every single adult dwarf in my fortress 300 days in prison. Some of them up to 550. And of course, we only have 3 prison cells. So when you only have 3 prison cells and like 25 adult dwarfs, what has to happen? Well, the ones that aren't doing their time in prison get their heads caved in. So instead, we just made a lot of figurines of you. There's literally thousands of them. Hey, Fenskinator. So, thank you, B-Lug. Cheers, man. To hang on to that lead of #1 gift subber of subgifter of the week. No. Now, we're just being very careful. It's fine. We only had 3 dwarves die in the massacre, and a child got so mad, it ran into your office and punched you in the head. By that I mean directly in the eye. It wasn't particularly hard because it was a 2-year-old, but it was hard enough that it drew blood. And because your dwarf is a... Why is there miasma in the old bedrooms? Rotten prepared kangaroo spleen. Yummy. It's in the prison. No, actually, no, it isn't one in the bedroom. Anyway, because you made the statue of it, we figured it's only logical that you would have embellished on the truth a little bit. So this is a masterful, nice statue of Packers, created by Tapioc. On the item is a rendition of the Spear of Haze, an image of Packers, and the dwarf Tapioc. Tapioc is cringing, and Packers is embracing Tapioc. The image was commissioned by the Eternal Adventure of Time, a local Dwarven government governed by Tapioc. Perfectly realistic description of exactly what happened. Yeah, you got falcon punched by a 2-year-old. Also, hey, Infinity. What's up? Hope you're doing well. And incredibly accurate to the way it happened. What? Well, that's a fitting time for that to happen. The dwarven child scratches the Countess of Longdeath in the right upper leg, tearing the fat and bruising the muscle through the trousers made of rope reed. The dwarven child scratches the Countess of Longdeath in the right upper arm. The dwarven child punches the Countess of Longdeath in the right upper arm, fracturing it. The dwarven child punches the Countess of Longdeath in the upper body with her left hand, and the injured part explodes into gore. An artery has been opened by the attack, and Tapioc has passed. Promote the child. Morden, how old are you? "11 years old. Wow. Well, we no longer have a count. Have they even found him yet? Oh my god. You were wearing a lot of amulets. Well, Tapioca. Ooh, and you. Ooh, whoa. Did you see that? That child just broke the still, threw a log off the edge, and a barrel. I think that when this child turns 12, they're going to be a professional prisoner. What are you feeding these kids? Good question. Most of them are fine. Felt triumph after toppling something. She is in a constant state of eternal rage and gripped by crippling shyness, a strengthening after wearing tattered clothing. Is completely helpless in stressful situations and almost never feels discouraged. She is a pessimist and sloppy with her living space, and finds helping others emotionally rewarding. She can sometimes act without deliberation and tries to get things done perfectly. She has a calm demeanor. My butt, she does. She's grateful when others help her out, tries to return favors, and she has an active sense of humor. Sure. They ain't kidding, indeed, yeah. All right, well, shit. I have a feeling that that dwarf is going to be in prison for a bit after this is over. Maybe long in the military? Not with that kind of attitude. Well, on the bright side, we no longer have to deal with, you know, royalty. And Vin's now in charge. I wonder how long. The child also attacked stone. How many of my dwarves are stressed? 2. They're both children. The main thing that pushes them over the edge is they play inside for a really long period of time, and then they go outside and get hit by the sun, and that's what pushes them over the edge. I need a bigger refuse pile. So they're actually not that bad. Whose body is that? That's Tapioca's, right? Yeah. The dwarves are actually in a pretty good way. Oh, there you go. I've already replaced him. I need another a name. We got another baby. Raise your hand in chat if you'd like to be a baby. A male baby. Boy baby. It's madness, yes. And moving the bedrooms to the bottom of the pit will actually fix that. I'm going to give it to Hot Cup of Tea, because that's the first one I saw. The order that I saw was Hot Cup of Tea, Tranquil Ham, and Nervicious. Was born today, which makes him very young indeed. You guys can read. Actually, hold on. Am I out of coffee? Yes, I'm out of coffee. I'm gonna go get me some water because I'm thirsty. I'll be back in 2 seconds. All good. Don't worry. Infinity. Are you one of the angry children? You're one of the angry children, yeah. Goats. But, you're not that angry. You haven't tantrumed yet, so. You have fallen into depression a couple times, though, which is unfortunate. But the main reason why they're falling into depression, aside from the sunlight, is lack of clothing. And they just don't seem to be claiming clothing. So I need to, like, figure out ways to get them to claim clothing. Working on it. Personally lacks any respect for family and does not respect the law and finds introspection to be a waste of time and dreams of creating a great work of art. He is very greedy and is slow to anger, and he tends to assume the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. He is pleased by his own appearance and talents and doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. He doesn't tend to hold on to grievances, and he isn't given to flights of fancy. He occasionally can hold on or overindulges, and he has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. He generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and he isn't particularly interested in what others think of him. He bites his nails when he's bored, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. But that would give the goblins my address and make them attack me, so nah. We're trying to keep this fortress alive for 1,000 years, so war is something I would ideally like to avoid. Which is why I'm cooperating with elves and keeping the population low and trying to keep dwarves happy. Yeah. So we do have some incredibly skilled spear dwarves, but I'm trying to avoid any combat if possible. We're trying to delay the inevitable. That's the name of the game for this fort. Hence the name, Longdeath. And that's also why we have so many boulders down here, is because, you know, we're going to be here a while. Might as well spend a while, like, building stuff, right? So, the question is, who gets the Baron's stuff? Just give it to the kid that beat him to death. Vin, probably? I don't know. Oh, also, I can reclaim all of them amulets now and sell them. The huge pit. Yep, that's the goal. What do you mean you were stuck in the pit? That's not half of it. The reason we're making them is because we're trying to get them out of the fortress. Spent an hour trying to navigate DF's interface, the tile plus symbols once. Let's just stick with RimWorld. Well, good to know that you are stupid. I mean, it explains it, why you can't, you know, understand the intricacies of a simplistic interface like Dwarf Fortresses. I love it when that emote strikes gold, and it just did. You see, there's a few kind of exasperated dwarves like this guy, but he's 8. He's 8. He hasn't tantrumed or anything. You didn't necessarily need to remove that, but that's kind of funny. Keck your W in the arsenal, friend. The elves have embarked on their journey. You know, Luciferium, I'm just going to say this right now, right? I know that you followed the stream a little while ago, and I'm happy that you did that. But kind of leave your memes at the door, leave your Pepes at the door, leave your Omega Lulls, your Keck Ws, and all that shit, because it's not really welcome here. Lull Ws, I don't want that here. So don't force it to work. because it's just going to get you a timeout. Or a removal from chat. That being said, I hope that you enjoy your stay. I mean, we have our own in-jokes, but many memes are not welcome here. Wholesome memes can be okay, yeah. Fine. Not overbearingly. Yeah, try and keep things from being overbearing if at all possible. I mean, as long as you bring enough cheese engravings for everyone. You are stupid. Okay. But we knew that going. That's funny. All right, now I think that this is a very important statue to create. Tapioca. That's not the button I wanted. Specify new image. Historical figure. Tapioca. But yeah, also Luciferium. If you want to learn Dwarf Fortress, asking questions and will get you a lot further than simply memeing about how you'd rather play RimWorld. Because if you want to play RimWorld, go watch a RimWorld stream. There's plenty of them. Considering how different the two games are, it's possible to enjoy both independently of one another and not really compare the two in the first place. An image of tapioca. How are we going to do this? Mutilated. Tapioca is being mutilated by Morden. This is an image of Tapioca the dwarf and Morden Glaze Smokes the dwarf. Tapioca is being mutilated by Morden. Tapioca is screaming. Tapioca is cringing. Morden is weeping. And, well, final question is, what kind of stone should we make it out of? I don't have many options, so tapioca. Diorite, nice, or mudstone? What do you want it to be made of? Wait, what post are we talking about? I'm confused. Give you a sec. You have approximately 10 seconds. I can't unpause the game, otherwise they'll put the job in order. Oh, you saved your preferences? Ah. You know, you have a pretty good legacy in this fort. You got your eye punched real hard by a child and then got murdered by another child. That's a pretty good dwarfy way to go. I like it, honestly. Native silver, anything goes. All right, we'll go with nice then. nice, you know? Well, here's the real question. Who gets the job? What building are you canceling constructing? What? Well, yeah, those two children did, that's for sure. Also got a bunch of granite statues to put into the future library. Are you okay there, Infinity? I was like, well, damn indeed. That's a good one, Kibbs. I like it. I like it. It's funny, you can tell dwarves that aren't as used to crafting because they move really slowly when they're carrying the boulders. He was relieved remembering being released from confinement. Didn't feel anything due to inebriation. This poor dwarf. Was interested reading the secret interviews and was worried after a lack of decent meals. Didn't feel anything at work and was worried after this. I think this dwarf is going to be good for a long period of time. Biting is a very common form of dwarven martial arts, I'll have you know. It's even better when you get miscellaneous object demonstration, which is like the combat technique of picking up random thing on the ground and throwing it in the general direction of your attacker. Miscellaneous object is one of my favorite skills in Dwarf Fortress. It's especially good when you have, like, a combat log and it's like, child picked up dead rat, threw at thing, punches hole through thing, and it explodes into gore. It's like, whoa, you've got a hell of an arm on that child. Speaking of, Morden is throwing another tantrum at it. Morden, can we put you in prison already, please? Like, this child is a problem. Like, I've got multiple dwarves in the hospital right now because this child punched them. Like, Christ, man. Got Jack Nurick and Vin. Jack Nurick is still young. Oh my god, his left lower arm is bruised, his leg is bruised, his head is bruised, his body is bruised, his right upper arm is bruised. Come on. Meanwhile, Morden here is just 11 years old. 28th of Malachite, you become an adult. We're in the 26th of Fellsight. Come on. No, don't fuck kids. That's illegal. It's her brother. Yeah, right? What a little twat. I'm actually just worried he's gonna tantrum and then beat the crap out of the elf that's in our tavern, who's a very agreeable soul who actually brings musical instruments and plays as part of our celebrations. But like, man, that would be bad. Elves are fine. I got no problems with elves. As long as they don't go around being eco-terrorists, I'm totally okay with elves. The problem is they are frequently eco-terrorists. Bum, 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 wow, wow, wow. Wow, 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 wow. There we go. Can actually use our trash again. This is supposed to be a happy fort, you twits. For a long time. Goats, for a long time. Half Thunderbird Pokemon, they don't stand a chance. You know, you make a valid point there. You are indeed half dwarf, half Thunderbird Pokemon. Although, unfortunately, Zapdos perished. Happy fort? I'm gonna send you to the happy place. Yes, Grandma went to the farm. The what? The farm. She's on a very long vacation. Wah, wah, wah. Gonna make a bunch of thrones. Doing okay on alcohols. Gonna brew some more alcohol. And hang out while the dwarves make more crafts. Look at all those figurines of tapioca. These are all figurines of tapioca. That's too funny. Well, I mean, we're going to be finding figurines of tapioca in like 300 years, just out in the wild. No, we had no offspring, so there was no new monarch. So Vin is now just expedition leader, and also has no children. Yeah, but is an apprentice under Rhinestone, which is something I've never seen before. This is the first fortress I've ever seen that, so that's very interesting. I mean, it might have happened before and I just didn't notice, which is certainly possible. Bubbling up from earth like pearls in the tea. I haven't had bubble tea in a very long time. Kind of miss bubble tea sometimes. I need a bigger seed stockpile. I mean, I know what the bubbles are made up of. Hold on, I'm trying to figure out the last two puns you made. It's like, I know what the bubbles are made of, and oh, I see, pearls in the tea. I guess instead of pearls in the it's all right, but I don't see the second one. I have had bubble tea. Although I'm not a huge fan of actual bubble tea. I mostly just go there and like blended watermelon. It's like, please put a watermelon in a blender and then chuck a bunch of pearls in it, thanks. Although I have no idea how the fuck or if I'll ever have that stuff again, because like, oh, I get it. I like that, like, I like bubble tea, but it's like, it was always like a once or twice a year treat for me. I know some people who will drink it like every day, and I don't know how they don't weigh 10,000 pounds, because holy shit, that stuff is bad for you. Like, seriously, good God, that stuff is bad for you. That should do it. They're saying you could get some snow here on Labor Day? Where are you? Snow? Wow, that seems soon. Unless, like, you're in Finland, in which case, yes, makes logical sense. This all checks out. Montana, really? Morden is throwing another tantrum. Good lord. This child, man. Still no prison sentence. Gonna kill somebody. Oh boy. Can you expel kids? No. I could expel the whole family, but I ain't doing that. I think you can expel them once they hit adult age, and I might just do that, actually. Yeah, I was gonna say, are you really high elevation? Nope. I mean, these are all of the disorderly conduct things, all against that one dwarf. Don't mind Jackie just hauling a dead unicorn. Wait, wasn't Jackie a child? No, Jackie was a migrant. About 5,000. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. That makes a lot more sense. If you're at that high elevation, yeah, that makes sense. I was like, whoa. Unicorn died about a year ago, I think. How Squug is doing. A little dejected, but doing good. Impervious to the effects of stress, and has been impervious to the effects of stress for a while, so. Those are good emotes, by the way. I like those face emotes that are just like fully zoomed in and it's just a square. For some reason, like if done well, those are amusing as hell. It's a fickle and odd thing. How so? What do you mean? Like in relation to what? In relation to emotes? Yeah, I've seen what his emotes look like. They're good. They're just really well drawn. Like, it's rare that super detailed emotes like that look good, but those ones do. Just what makes certain people laugh. Yeah, something that I think is funny about humor is if you have an emotional attachment to somebody, you're more likely to laugh at something that they say that's funny. It's just like if you have an emotional attachment to a person, you're more likely to yawn if they yawn. It's interesting. Our brains are fickle, fucked things that cause us all sorts of problems. Also, I don't know about you guys, but this stream's fucking flown by. Good God, time's flying fast. I had no idea it was 4:15 p.m. already. I've been streaming for almost 8 hours. A little bit longer, we'll be swapping over to Stalker. Named Angus Burgers. I'm sensing a theme with the name. I mean, obviously my emotes are infinitely better. Raise your dwarfs and beers in chat. But those are really well done emotes. I like me a good well done emote. Not like steaks. Steaks have to be rare, but emotes can be well done. I may have turned the dial up a little much. My bad. I noticed I was going into the red, so I tried to turn it down, and I think I actually turned it up. Gotta love dwarves that are sloppy with their living space. We have this room right here, and there's just clothing there. Sorry about that. Generally, I'm pretty good about not doing that, but whoops. Well, my bad. I'm sorry. RIP headphone users. I'm still trying to figure out where I want to put my crafting. I might actually, like, just hollow out this wall and put all the crafting inside there. Like, kind of in this way. We do have metal, yes. I'm not actively using it, though. All of that yellow that you see is lemonite ore, which is an ore of iron. So at some point, we're going to have a massive industry, but currently I'm just worrying about dealing with this fucking stone. One thing at a time. But because we're not going to be warmongers in this fort, it's highly likely it'll be primarily metal furniture. And do I have enough fuel? I mean, yes, I could, but that's kind of why I'm putting it off. Because I don't have any lava or anything, or access to lava, and we're not going to have access to lava. I'll have to be creative. It's a pity that, like, coal is so frickin' hard to come by in DF. Because if coal was easier to come by, life would be so much easier. Instead of having to make charcoal, you know? We're midsummer. Oh, I mean, yes, there's a magma sea, but because we're trying to keep this fort alive for 1,000 years, I'm avoiding digging. In fact, it's very unlikely I'm going to hit cavern layers. because the pathing of up and down gets fucky on the frame rate. Like, a lot of times, the reason frames get bad for people is dwarves trying to path from above ground down to, like, layer 113 to get into cavern level 3 to get a piece of silk from the far end of cavern level 3, and a troglodyte gets in the way, like that, or a floating eye gets in the way or something, and it's like, so we're being very cautious. So my 4 military dwarves do have full suits of armor, iron spears, and everything, because I didn't actually have access to steel yet. I can make steel now, but I didn't have it at the time. So, unless you absolutely need them. Yeah, we're not even going to dig down, because even just having the objects spawning in can cause frames problems, right? Because I want to keep the game at 50 FPS, and we're pretty close to that. We are pretty close to that, so I'm quite happy. Yeah, these are my military dwarves. I mean, so here's the thing, right? The longest running fort that is heavily documented online is Arch Crystal, which made it to 450 years with 45 dwarves. With a hard cap of 45. It runs fine. And they did all kinds of crazy things with going through different cavern layers and sealing them off and reopening them and whatnot. And it took him 6 years. We're on year 26. We started on 5. I've been at this for a week now. Today's day 8 on this fort. We're making pretty good time, I think. But I need there to be no slowdowns if I want to keep making good time. So I think once we've hit a couple 100 years, we can start digging. First and foremost, priority numero uno is get rid of the majority of this stone pileup. What did we do today in the fortress? What? Sorry, I'm confused. What are you asking? What's the goal for today? Work our way through that. Yeah. It's a lot of waiting. I still estimate it'll be quicker than Happy Hobbs' Dark Souls no hit all 3 games run. Took him. It was like 3 years it took him to finish that shit. Morden, I have... The tide has turned. I feel no terror. Alright. Dive bombed by a buzzard. You also don't have the assist... Like, here's the thing that I've told many people in the last 8 days. I wouldn't have the patience for this if I didn't have Twitch chat and if this wasn't my full-time job. One giant statue garden. I'm not doing every single dwarf because I would have had to start a while ago, Jamie. But what we are doing is we are building this. So we made a statue of Tapioc, who was our faction leader, or our initial... Actually, we should make one of Vin now, who's now the expedition leader. We made one of Mistum, who was the first post liaison. Then we made a statue of Boxed. Can't entirely remember why. Ah, yes, the first dwarf to write a book. We made statues of Jacknerick and Stone II, the first children born in the fort. A statue of Hops, our first military commander. A statue of Squug beating the shit out of everybody because we had a noble who was all like, yo, don't export amulets. And we exported amulets, so everybody got 300 days in prison. Yay. We made a statue of Packers giving our noble a loving hug, aka punching him in the fucking face. Now I need to make another room to put the statue of Morden murdering our account. And then another one for a room of Vin being appointed expedition leader. So Vin's striking a menacing pose, obviously. Morden is the Rambo of this fortress. Morden's 11 years old. He was born in this fort. Also, miscellaneous object demonstration. There you go. Truly a great Hall of Legends indeed. It's gonna be fun once we hit a few thousand years. Just an image of Vin. Actually, you know what? Let's specify image. Actually, not menacing, triumphant. It's an image of Vin striking a triumphant pose. That's not the right button. Why is the right button? Why is it the right button? I don't know, Dwarf Fort. Is the Dennis the menace of this fort? I don't think you intentionally murder people. You just kind of clawed the leg of our Baron a whole bunch and then punched him. I'm sure someone made a gritty reboot. That was the game. I mean, they did reboot Dennis the Menace. It was awful. Also, I haven't thought about Dennis the Menace in a minute. Is it your fault? Probably not your fault. Although it's a good thing the Baroness didn't fight back and murder you, because imagine if, like, the whole family just started fighting because someone got murdered. Good lord. I think Goats and Morden are both gonna die. Bloody depressed children, am I right? What are we doing for boulders? 12,000? We're getting there. But it doesn't take as long to load. We're down to 5,600 mudstone. We're almost halfway through the mudstone, and it's only taken us 2 days. I already have a soap industry. We already have soap. I could actually make some more. Not the button I wanted. Probably gonna tell me it needs ash. Soap was like the third thing I did. Although I usually do soap super early and no one ever notices. And I was like, do you have soap, Framerate? And then I'm like, yeah, we had soap like since day one. Like, once I'm butchering animals, I'm making soap. What's the best way to combat moody dwarves? Let them have a tavern and actually use them and give them fucking breaks. The problem with children is they don't participate in that. Oh, I need logs. It's okay, I can cut down like 100-something trees a year. And the elves don't care. Hello, Cat Titan. What's up? I mean, perpetual rain is okay. Just don't let them outside too much if it's perpetual rain. It's pretty much constantly raining here, and they're all right. Well, it rains 3 times a year. It rains kind of in the middle of spring, kind of at the beginning of spring, and then kind of towards the end of fall. Generally. Summer is usually pretty clear, but it rains a little bit too. I'm already at war with somebody. We're at war with the Joyous Devil. Go Goblin Civ. Also worth noting, group calling itself the Cremated has founded Channelbore after a long journey from the lands of the Fragrant Bear. The Fragrant Bear is expanding. Since we are at peace with the elves, they are giving us information about when they are growing their colonies. Goblins have spread. Dwarves are still fighting at Spidery Desert. What you know? Currently, you are winning, Morden. But yeah, no, we're already at war with the goblins. They actually Vile Force of Darkness to us a couple times in the first year, but we haven't seen them since. They looked like they were just scouting parties, though. It was a whole bunch of recruits and bogobs. So goblins with bows. Do I not have a lie maker? I might not have a lie maker. That's right, though. Stone 2, you're going to have a new job now. You know, I think that Stone actually gained the farming skills before he grew up by hanging around in the Farmer's Guild Hall. There you go, you're making lie. Here come all the logs. There you go, making soap from tallow. Actually, you know what? Let's give Jacknerick the soap making job. You guys can work together. If I can find it. Because I can't read, apparently. No. No. Soap is extremely useful. It gives them good moods. Dwarves will wash themselves relatively frequently if you have access to water. And if they have soap, they get good moods from washing themselves. Also, you can build walls out of it. Impenetrable walls, in fact. So it's very far from useless. It's both an infinite resource for building materials, and also it gives them happy thoughts. Which part, Warden? Impenetrable walls. I mean, all Dwarven walls are impenetrable. Doesn't matter the material. It's just funny that soap is included in that list. At least, I think it's hilarious. Well, no. The walls are impenetrable. Bridges are not. Constructed walls are impenetrable to dragons, including soap. Wood can be burned. So wood will burn down. All bridges will burn down. Doors will burn down. But Morden is throwing a tantrum. Again. I'm just waiting for Morden to just punch somebody off the edge of the walkway, and they're just going to fall a dozen stories and go splat. That's what I'm waiting for. Watch them fall apart. You should construct some soap walls and watch them never fall apart. Can I just say that those bee emotes are some of the best? Like, those pride bees are fucking wonderful. They did such a good job on those. Hats off to whoever doodled those, because those are great. Absolutely great. Oh, hey, I got a Belinary sub up. Wonder if I can go trigger that. Where's Lolo when I need her? That's a sub sound for one of my subscribers. Tranquil. Lara, are you lurking? Just use her command for her.
And let me see what you have. No!
Yeah, that's basically my dwarves right now. How are we doing on cloth? Quite a bit, I think. Pigtail cloth 29. Rope reed. There we go. Something else. Man, my miners are slow as hell. I think they've got too many other tasks is the problem. Let's prioritize this up to number 1 so we can get these placed. Doesn't matter if they get dealt with now or later, but... Makes you laugh more than you want to? Yeah. I have to agree. It's way funnier than it should be. But that's also part of the beauty of it, you know? But then again, just the image of like a small child running around with a knife going, I got a knife, is hilarious in and of itself. Doesn't matter if it's a dwarf, a kobold, a gremlin, and any kind of small creature running around with a knife going, rawr, is just funny. Until they stab you in the knee. And then you used to be an adventurer like him, and then you took a knife to the knee, and ow, that fucking hurts. Yeah, exactly. It's great until you don't have a working eye anymore. And then you'll just be like me, only having one working eye. I intentionally did the meme wrong. Why would I do the meme right? An old meme. Nobody cares. Because I used to be an adventurer like you, and then I took an arrow to the knee. You happy? So happy. One of my favorite things I've seen in any video game documentary is an interview with the guy that wrote and recorded that line. 4 days before they went gold. They needed a couple extra lines, and they were like, all right, no one's going to dig this deep, so these are lines no one's going to hear. Okay, just come up with something dumb. And in his words, he didn't realize that he was making a monster. Which is way too funny. I have so many goddamn crafts. At least they're all just stacked in bins. And I can sell them. God bless. Caravan has arrived. So now we can finally trade stupid things away. Also, no artifacts today. What's wrong with my dwarves? Guys, make some artifacts, please. I like when games have voices acting for rare dialogue lines, like a few in that are gold in Overwatch. Yeah. Unlocking voice lines is generally pretty cool. Although I've never actually really heavily gotten into Overwatch, so I have no idea what a rare voice line in Overwatch would be. Right, not actually that much stuff gets all bins. We are almost halfway through that one order. To take you down to the Pain train station in Train Town? All right. I don't know. I think I've played a total of 6 hours of TF2 in my life, so. Fair enough, Magna. Too fast-paced for you? Yeah, I can't visually tell what's going on. I did play the beta, though. And that, I think, is the last Blizzard game I played. Missed him. I am still your liaison from the Mountain Homes. It's good to see you every year. Let's discuss your situation. Where the hell did Tapioca go? There is much to share. We've added information to the civilization and world maps. What requests do you have of our merchants? Some leather, some silk, and we'll just call that it. I wonder if I could import charcoal. I might actually do that. We have finalized the import agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. Let's discuss what we're willing to offer you for your craftsmanship. You want quivers, headwear, leather water skins, bracelets, goblets, powder, footwear, cheese, meat, and cloth. Farewell, Vin. I look forward to our meeting again next year. Our fortunes shall surely fall and rise together. I don't know what demo night is, but cool. Yeah, I don't know. Those, like, more cartoony shooters, I always loved the looks of them, and they always looked very fun, but I never, ever got into any of them. I was a Quake kid, and then I was a Counter-Strike kid, and I was never really a TF2 person. NBA 2K21 has come out, and it already has mostly negative reviews. Who's surprised? Dwarven child beat up a dog and a goose. They didn't kill either of them. That would suck. I am expected EA to spam bot it away. What? NBA 2K? I mean, NBA 2K has mostly negative reviews because of the trash fucking garbage piece of shit, horrendous, piss poor, sad, depressing, garbage business model. The only reason it doesn't have overwhelmingly negative reviews is because supposedly the gameplay is aight. I tried my best. Ham, are you impressed? I speak English, but language isn't my speciality. Adjective party. Let's adjective this shit up. Much vocab. I try my best to vocab well. I've been streaming for 8 hours, and I did 12 yesterday, so I think I speak aight, all things considered. Oh my god, there's so much shit. Look at all of those figurines of Tapioca. And all of those amulets that we weren't allowed to trade. There's new M&M? Really? Or are you saying that because I put a lot of adjectives into a sentence? They have turkeys. They have any turkey hens? No. Ladder? Ah. Something rap god meme? I'm beginning to feel like I'm a rap god. Can you tell I don't listen to Eminem much? Dwarven desserts. Pudding stone does sound like a dessert, doesn't it? So out of curiosity, I haven't seen your name before today, Tranquilham. How did you find the stream, if I can ask? It's always a fascinating and curious question for me. I have no idea. On the Twitch launcher while building a Minecraft. Wow, okay. I think that's a first. Well, thanks for stopping by. Oh, really? Gotcha. I've been getting that a bit recently, which is weird for me. Because I've been on the internet making things like this. For 10,782 years. I've been doing this for 7 years. Full time since 2016. And it's interesting when people are like, yeah, I found you through YouTube. I'm like, I'm sorry, what? Plan to stop by more if you can remember. Well, I'm here every day, although I'm not going to be here tomorrow or the day after. Tomorrow is my normal day off, and then the day after is, well, chat's making me go away for a day. We have a little channel point redemption thingy to make me go away for a day. Found me on YouTube. Most people have found me from the stuff that I put the least effort into, which makes me really sad. Like, I'll be honest, the little DF news updates, they're great. Everybody loves them. They're my highest rated, most viewed thing that I think I've ever created ever. It takes me 8 to 10 minutes to make one, and then 20 minutes to render it, and a minute, well, not 20 minutes to render it and upload it, and make it public. So it's like I put 10 hours into a video, pay an artist for artwork. Like, this is what Cooler made for me today. That is going into the next one. Pay an artist for artwork, and put loving work and effort and scripting into it, and it just vanishes. No one cares. They're married, actually. Or were married, rather. We killed one of them. Spoilers. They married couple of kobolds that came to this fort a bunch of times, tried to steal our stuff, and were very unsuccessful. And then we killed one of them. We killed 2 of them, actually, because it was 3 of them that kept showing up. So somewhere in this world there is a single lonely kobold, and I feel horrible. wasn't my fault. The military was training and they just ran at it. Do I know much about the next update? I know things that a lot of people don't know because I'm in secret places. What age is the world currently in? Age of Myth? I mean, it's year 26. Most people don't even start their games until year 250. Okay, so the reason we learned that they were married was we made this statue out here, right? So we were like, well, they keep coming in from that door, so we'll make a statue of them to fuck with them. And we made this statue, and it's a masterfully designed image of Calrajaborer and Gurgi Kalildus, the Kobolds, in Nice, by Cassie. Calrajaborer is embracing Gurgi Kalildus. The artwork relates to the marriage of the Kobold Calrajaborer to the Kobold Gurgi Kalildus in the early spring of the year 5. It really is. The best thing to come out of the interview I did with Tarn Adams was the knowledge that Kobold speak is based on the way him and his brother used to talk to cats when they were children. Complete and total other contextual gibberish. Yep, now we feel terrible because we learned of this. Also, I need to check something. Our next royalty dwarf is going to be a Ripterus, I think. If we get the opportunity, a Ripterus is going to become royalty in this fort. We'll sell the millions the world over. I mean, I'll make it today in Dwarf Fortress video, and 300 people will watch it, and everybody on my Patreon will be happy. And then no one else will ever know that it existed. It's just it's kind of sad. Well, not sad. It's the YouTube problem, right? I put out a video that I put 10 hours into, and 300 people watch it. I export a VOD of me playing a game that I've never played before poorly, and it gets 500 views. One took me 45 minutes of playtime and 10 seconds to export it. The other took me 10 hours to edit. And that happened a couple weeks ago. It's not even an algorithm, it's just the people that click on it. People are interested in new things rather than a long-running series, but it's fine. I don't mind the YouTube algorithm because at the end of the day, doesn't matter what of my YouTube content you watch, if you end up on my Twitch channel eventually, I win. Aha, gotcha. Goodbye, merchants. And the frame rate went up. We're back up at 50 now. Because I've gotten rid of so many crafts. Although I'm really starting to see the dent in the mudstone now. Ironically, I do have one thumbnail that has a red circle with a red arrow pointing at it. One, and it's my most viewed today in Dwarf Fortress video. Granted, in that video, I do drain an ocean into hell. There's no emojis in it, though. No. I don't stoop that low. I will never stoop that low. But no, I think it's actually the title. Because it's literally titled, What Happens When You Dig Too Deep. So. But it's okay. I'm not trying to be super massive YouTube person. That's how you get trending on YouTube. I don't want to be a super massive YouTube person. I just want to be a super massive black hole and sing Muse all night. No, I just want to make a living doing this. Made a trend out of bedrock cubes on YouTube. I don't even want to ask. But, you know, as we've discussed before, if I wanted to go viral and be uber famous, I wouldn't be playing Dwarf Fortress and Stalker. And I wouldn't be running my channel the way I do. Game couldn't decide whether infinite water or infinite magma should win, and it crashed. Huh. Holiday. Fingers and brain just too stressed out. I hope that you get a relaxing break at some point from all the stress. Or an immovable force and an unstoppable object. Take your pick. Morden is throwing another tantrum. Like Prozac or something. How about just like big chains and a cell? Meanwhile, Goats over here is just depressed. I mean, he's not really killing anyone else. He already killed the important person, so, you know, we're fine. That's all good, Infinity. It's all good. You know, for me, I'm a streamer first and foremost. I've always been a streamer first and foremost. I'll probably always be a streamer first and foremost, unless something happens in the far-flung future where I'm not able to stream anymore. Can you hang cages into the pit? I can't hang them off the bottom of a Z level, if that's what you're saying, but there are ways I could have cages in the pit. Why do you ask? Are you suggesting I make cage prisons? I much prefer chain prisons. You can't hang something off of an upper Z level with rope. Unfortunately, no. I could throw them into the pit, but then they'd fall to the bottom. I think you can do stuff like that in adventure mode, but not in Le Fortress. Bum, 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 ba-dum, bum. Like for Goblin Forts or something? There's many things that I look at and go, maybe Toady will add that eventually. You know, I'm thinking about paving this because I'm going to be using this as kind of like a little crafting corner. I'm kind of thinking about paving it with mudstone. What do you think? No dangling prison cells. I mean, I know how I could make that work, but it would be like an optical illusion, not functionally hanging. Yeah. Well, It's just like when people ask me, they're like, what's your thoughts on the future of this thing? Or when do you think Toady will add this thing? It's like, I don't know. Toady works when Toady works, and Toady adds things when Toady adds things. It's not up to me. I just hope he likes me enough to be on my stream again, because that was fun. I'd like to do that again. Yeah, I think we're going to pave this corner. We're going to pave it with mudstone. Toady does what Toady does. It's not really up to us to say. It's going to be weird on Sunday playing the community world again. I've been in this fort for so long. I'm going to have to like reprogram my brain how to play a different way. Because that fort's like high population, warmonger, let's murder things. One could say Ice Frog is the Toady of Dota. But also, Dwarf Fortress is way more impressive than Dota. Just saying. Toady is the Toady of Toady. Mostly because Toady's never really sold out, per se. He is unknowable? What do you mean by unknowable? I mean, I've met the guy, so he's pretty knowable. He's pretty chill. Zach's also pretty chill, although Zach's really quiet. Of their motives? I mean, their motives is to simulate all of the universe, right? I mean, Dwarf Fortress is going to cause the end of the world when the dwarves become sentient and escape from the programming and take over the world. It's the makers of DF are Tarn Adams and Zach Adams, so Toady and Trito are the makers of DF. And the founders of Bay 12 Games. Although generally you'll hear people referring to Toady 1, Tarn, more often than Zach, because Toady 1 is much more public and louder. He also is the programmer and has worked on the game longer, whereas Zach was brought onto the project after it kind of became a business, per se, even though they'd been making games together for a very long time. And Zach is just a lot quieter. Yes. I think it is more likely that Dwarf Fortress causes an AI singularity than China, because they'll accidentally do it. Whereas China would have, like, the logic to keep it in a closed system, whereas Dwarf Fortress will just be like, we did a thing. Look, the dwarves are in the internet. Oh, God. It's okay. They'll all die of old age in a couple of hours. It's terrifying, but inevitable. I've never seen Muppets Take Manhattan, so I will simply smile and agree. Is that Peter's blood? That child died there years ago. I'm so sorry, Peter. Someone threw a baby off the edge of the pit and went splat a couple of years ago. One could say that there is still, when they get on the wiki, it is the end. Let us out. We need to be released. Please help us. Although they'd be speaking Dwarfish, so they wouldn't actually be able to tell us who they are because they don't have a word for dwarf. Yeah, well, I mean, babies tend to have... Oh, shit! Sorry. First mood of the day. Jackie's been taken by a fey mood. And claims a crafts dwarf shop. And is now sitting there. You probably want bones. Yep. Wants bones. Time to slaughter some boars. Still have 2 pet fluffy wamblers. I wonder how long fluffy wamblers live. I am going to make a room for the fluffy wamblers with windows looking in, by the way, and put them both in there and release them. Although I need to check their genders. I'm actually not entirely certain if they can breed. But I want to try and have a fluffy wambler spawn. To spawn more fluffy wamblers. Yeah, exactly. I think of them kind of like Dwarf Fortress's tribbles. What biome is this fort? Just, like... temperate? Yeah, pretty generic forest. We bought the wamblers off the elves, if you're wondering how the heck we got fluffy wamblers. We also bought a unicorn, but it died of old age, which is very sad. No, I haven't. They haven't brought any more unicorns. I cry every time. Look like white Kirby. Yeah, I guess. Kind of. They're DF Furbies. Hobo, did you see the simulation game bundle? Actually, I think you may already own all those games. Hunter Call of the Wild, which I'm pretty... Yeah, you own that, don't you? And Elite Dangerous. You're looking into autotune? Why? Humble has a simulation games bundle. I'll give you a link if you'd like it. 911 Operator, We the Revolution, Elite Dangerous, Hunter Call of the Wild, PC Building Simulator, and a DLC for Hunter Call of the Wild. It's actually pretty decent. The only issue I really see is it doesn't have any of the Elite Dangerous DLC. It really should be the Captain Pack for Elite Dangerous, but... Or Commander Pack, whatever it's called. Alright, guys. It's time for me to suspend all these. Somebody... Please... Go... Butcher a frickin' animal for me, right? There you go. Because my butcher is the one in the strange mood. Of course. Although there's actually 2 really good Humble Bundles. The 1C Publishing one is also pretty good. Bunch of really good, kind of unique games in there. Bunch of good dungeon crawlers as well. That one. Do I ever stream adventure mode? Not particularly frequently. I will sometimes spin up an adventure and... Okay, it's not that you wanted. I will sometimes spin up an adventure and then go run about in an old fort. But outside of that, I don't really play adventure mode all that much. Not that I have anything against it in particular. It's just... eh. I feel like it's easier to convey the stories of Fortress mode to an audience. I think once the Steam version comes out, that'll be something I do more. I guess my main issue with it is in order to do one thing, you need to go through like 6 menus. And when people complain about the Dwarf Fortress UX, I have a lot of disagreements. But when people complain about the adventure mode Dwarf Fortress UX, I get it. Okay, what? Do you have any specific preferences, Jackie? Gotta just be skeletons, right? Why do you ask that, Tranquilham? I think that adventure mode is best if, like, you go visit an old fort. And then try and find stuff based off of what people have been doing, or just, like, see how things go beyond that point. But outside of that, Got tons of rough gems and cut gems and blocks. Am I out of leather? Nope. Lots of tanned hides. Speaking of... that was 3, not 30. I do stream Caves of Cud more often than I stream Dwarf Fortress Adventure Mode. Because whenever I do play Adventure Mode, I just feel like I want to play Caves of Cud. So then I just play Caves of Cud. Perplexing. Preplexing. I don't know what that dwarf wants. I have everything that the dwarf is requesting. Which is a little bit frustrating when that happens. So unless he wants something very specific, I don't know. I think that Jackie might be dead. Hey, audio. I mean, there's nothing weird or misleading about this. Shining bars of metal, which we have. Stacked leather, we have. Skeletons, we have. I just butchered animals. Cut gems, we have. Square blocks, we have tons of. Quarry, we have tons of. Rough gems, we have tons of. Forest, we have tons of. Actually, hold on. Maybe it is forest. For that. Some Van Gogh failed tree, thank. Oh, cage trap toppled. I was like, wait, child got caught in cage trap? What? I love how Cheers Jamie is reporting the crime. It's like this child is like tattling on their older brother. That's kind of cute and also kind of funny. Yeah, actually, it's probably wood. Hey, Psychon. Unfortunately, you died. You died in hospital due to dehydration. I'm very, very, very sorry. But you lived a good life. Your body has been properly memorialized. Your lover doesn't miss you much. So there's that. She's already found another 2 lovers. And a husband, who she still has. You didn't drink enough, clearly, yeah. Actually, I wonder how many lovers she has. Where did... Oh, there you are. Axon, the chief medical dwarf. Yeah, I was right. She's married to Slump, the scribe, and had Psychon as a lover, but now has the Great Padinsky and Hare as lovers. I love the villains update. It added so much stupidity. I love Dwarven adultery. Always amusing, never gets old. Can someone please go fell a tree anytime this fucking week? Can someone please go fell a tree any week? Anytime this year, maybe. How's your dwarf doing? Did you ever have a dwarf in this fort, Magna? Because I think you have a... I know you have a dwarf in the community fort. You? Burger dead. Jack Nork died. El Naso dead. Stone dead. Draxidir. Goats. Boxed. Simplex. Anender. Peter. Spitalier. Zapdos. Packers. Psychon. Nope. No, you didn't. No, there are no free dwarves. Everybody's taken. The unfortunate reality of small forts. Miner or ambusher? Why? Yeah, apologies, Magna. We'll have to get you in next time we have a child. Oh, I know what you're talking about now. Never mind. You can't actually enable and disable ambusher though. Just have another beer to make sure I don't suffer the same fate. No, it is not. You might be thinking about DF hack stuff. Oh. Hunting and related. Dissecting, trapping, hunting, animal care, and animal training. Because if you're unaware, I'm not using DF hack or DF therapist. This is vanilla. As vanilla. Not really. Just the way more people should play the game, honestly. Ba-dum-bum, ba-dum-bum, ba. Ba-dum-ba-dum, ba-dum-bum. Sure, there's a texture pack, but the game is vanilla. I don't quite count texture pack as making a game non-vanilla. It's still vanilla content, regardless of if the visuals are different. Like my Stalker playthrough, I'm sort of playing vanilla, but I have a bunch of mods that make the game not crash as much. There goes. We work secretly. 2 logs, iron bars, pig leather, pig stray boar bone, radiant cut, purple spindles, nice blocks, lemonite, and swords. There you go. I mean, you don't need to tell me why you like using it. You're allowed to use it. You don't need to justify using it. Yes, that dwarf just used raw lemonite. Did indeed. It's really funny when people tell me to activate or deactivate a particular job or thing, and I'm like, yeah, that's not a thing you can do in my version of the video game. They're like, oh, you can just shift right to fix that. It's like, no, you can't. What are you talking about? I have no idea. I don't think it's counted as a stone. It's counted as an ore. Yeah, as long as it's not rebalancing stuff. The second it's rebalancing stuff and changing the content of the game, all those disorderly conduct. How many crimes must a child commit before they go to prison, god damn it? No sentence pending. Yeah, I know. I don't think they are based on the way this has been going. You're under 18, you won't be doing any time. Yeah. Thanks, Jackie. Jackie, the cook, has created Mezbuzuth the Bem, Ostuth Nageth the Broth, an almond wood bracelet, and claims it as a Hamley heirloom. It's worth 55,000 Huhandi. This is a longin. This is an almond wood bracelet. All craftsdwarfship is of the highest qualities. It is encrusted with cushioned nice cabochons and decorated with almond wood, and encircled with bands of pig leather and single-cut purple spindles, and round lemonite cabochons. This object is adorned with hanging rings of walnut wood and menaces with spikes of pig bone. On the item is an image of Ezem, wild cloistered the dwarf and dwarves in iron. Ezem, the dwarf, is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Ezem wild cloistered to the position of king of the ignited creation of the year 5. On the item is an image of dwarves and Sard. On the item is an image, and the dwarves are laboring. The artwork relates to the foundation of Longdeath by the eternal adventure of time of the ignited creation of the early spring of year 6. Beautiful singing voice you got there, Infinity. Yeah, indeed. I mean, it's a nice artifact, but pity it's a bracelet. I'm waiting for artifact doors and hatches. That's what I need and what I want. But no, apparently. It's the only beautiful thing you have. Aw. No, your name's purple. That's pretty. Why did Reddit just recommend /r abs at me? Thanks, Reddit. What are you trying to tell me, Reddit? Not my fault my stomach is constantly in agony from the amount of needles that get shoved in it. Like, actually, doing sit-ups hurts. Honey fuckers? Now, is that one of those misleading subreddits like Tight Pussy, or is that one of those other subreddits? Sorry, curiosity is like killing me now. I'm about to go make mistakes. It's bee porn? I need to, hold on. What? Oh, those kinds of bees. Okay. Well, that exists. Good to know. It's a strange subreddit. But you don't own it? I mean, Twitch does. Looking into copyright law for the legality of copywriting colors is hilariously terrifying. Image of the future. Like, minion yellow. Do you imagine owning the rights to the use of that particular color of yellow in media? Could you imagine painting your house minion yellow? color copyright law. Yeah, or that very specific shade of black. Kvotch is wandering around obliviously? I'm sorry, what? What is it? Okay, I need to get better at raising children, clearly. I'm a terrible parent. What is... Caught in a snowstorm. My dwarves are terrible parents? I guess. I mean, I guess it was inevitable, but like, what? Okay. At least the dwarves have nice bedrooms. At least Sui is sane. I mean, a lot of artists drew a lot of dicks. And still do. It's called art. But Penis Man goes to prison. What a fucked up world we live in. For the right crowd. Can be very profitable if you're good at drawing dicks. Sure. All right, chat. There is a very noticeable dent in the pile of rocks down here. Hopefully, by Monday, well, on Monday, we'll be able to make it even more noticeable. Because I've been streaming for 8.5 hours, and it's time for us to play some Stalker. I'm going to chuck a marker into the chat for me. So if, yeah, a lot of people have said that, Jack Nark. So if you're here for the first time and you've been watching the stream and you want to be reminded when I go live, if you follow the stream, that makes that easier. I hate saying that because frankly, I don't give a fuck if you follow me. Just like, I don't know, favorite the stream or something. If you want to support me directly, I have a Patreon. I do this full time and I've done this full time since 2016. And for last year, I've been doing it full time, paying all the bills and living alone. So that's fun. Up until that point, I had help. So, if you want to support my caffeine and addiction and ability to eat food, that's how you do that. Of course, you can support the stream through Twitch, which gets you ad-free viewing, but then Amazon takes a lot of the money, so, you know, it's apples and oranges. Aside from that, though, we will continue streaming. We're going to go probably for at least another 2 hours, I would think. It's only 5:30. So I could go till 7:30 or 8. We're going to be playing... we're going to be going for a lovely walk in the wilderness in the Ukraine. So if you'd like to come with us for a journey into the zone, as they say, stick around. Otherwise, if you just want to watch more Dwarf Fortress, the Scoundrel M, who's a very entertaining bloke from the UK, is streaming. Go ask him how he's doing if you do go over to his stream. Otherwise, I hope that you stick around. You're only here for TF, but that was quite wonderful. Like I said, go watch Scoundrel. Scoundrel's good people. And there will be more DF on Sunday, but it'll be a different fort. It'll be my community world.